Kazi safi sana, I'm sure you can all agree. I don't even know where to start from there, really. But we're going to continue with the program. We have our marquee, Dr. Rose Orange. She's going to come up and give us a couple of opening remarks from AFIDEP. A round of applause for Dr. Rose.
Good morning, everyone. What a way to welcome a Kenyan from Kakamega with those Luya songs. I felt like coming in here and dancing with the young people. The challenge is that as old as I am, I wouldn't dance as well as they are dancing, but I would at least sing those songs, perhaps much better than they did. But it's an honor. It's a big honor for me to be here this morning and to be among young people talking about things that are so urgent. It's so refreshing to be here to have young people talking about these things. Because as older people, as researchers, we have talked about this for a very long time. And you need to forgive us. Because much of the time we've talked about this as data. We haven't talked about this as young people who are here experiencing these problems. And so as I stand here to say something about AFIDEP, I'm feeling that AFIDEP needs to employ adolescents to be the one standing here and talking, and not me talking. But whatever I talk about, I'll be talking about the fact that young people, adolescents, need to be the ones driving development. Because Africa is a young continent. We know that. We saw that video. Majority of our population is young, is under 35 years. And so development has to work for that population. If it's not working for them, then we'll continue being on development for a long time, like we have been since maybe for the last 50 years. So AFIDEP was set up about 12 years ago. We are actually teenagers, and maybe I should say that. We are turning 13 this year as AFIDEP, and it was set up to work hand in hand with governments, with parliaments, with development agencies to drive the use of data and evidence in decision making. At the time when AFIDEP was set up, we felt that there's a lot of data, there's a lot of research on the continent, but it's not really driving development efforts. And so AFIDEP was very deliberately set up as a research and policy institute to work hand in hand with government agencies, departments, parliaments, to ensure that we are supporting the use of data and research on a day-to-day basis. Our evidence has shown that, yes, governments use research, but often that is used in the longer term policies. When we are developing Vision 2030, developing the health strategy 2014-2030, research comes in a big way. But often when we are doing our day-to-day work, implementing programs, sometimes we see data and research disappearing. And so as AFIDEP, we were formed to nurture and support a culture of evidence use, where data and research is being used on a day-to-day to inform decisions. And we know that we can't do much in development without looking at data. We know that data actually lies at the heart of development. I mean, if we are going to put in place programs or policies that are responsive to the needs of young people, for instance, we're going to have to look at data. If you're going to keep improving those programs to see where we are not doing very well, to track performance and hold governments and other partners to account, we are going to have to look at data. If we are going to change priorities and change our strategies, we are going to have to look at data so that we know why we are changing and where we are changing to ensure that we are focusing on efforts that will give us returns. That's why AFIDEP was set up. We work mostly on 5 areas of focus. We work on population, dynamics, and development. And that is part of a lot of the work we have done has actually been around demographic dividend. So having conversations with African governments and presidents and telling them that if our population is this young, then we must really invest very well in health. Young people need to have access to the services they need. We are not going to really benefit from what we call it, Hustler Fund. We won't benefit from Hustler Fund if young people, if adolescents are struggling with pregnancies, with other diseases, if they don't have jobs, if they don't have reliable livelihoods. And so we are saying that prioritizing investments that enable young people to live healthy lives, that enable them to engage, advocate, and take care of their environment, that enable those who are not in school to be in school, but not just being in school, but reaching the highest levels of education. We know that it has been said many years ago, before some of you were born, that education is the best contraceptive. If you keep a girl in school, then everything else falls in place. So how do African governments need to invest to ensure that we are keeping young people in school, they're achieving the highest level of education, they're also living healthy lives, but they're also actively involved in their communities and in their government's decision making? Because we know that at the heart of development is governance. If governance is failing us, then we won't go very far. And young people need to be on the ground looking at how our budgets being spent on health at the ward level, at the community level. How are budgets being spent on development issues? How are they being spent on education? How are they being spent on health? If we are not doing that, then we'll continue complaining. We'll continue complaining about development not working for us. But are we, as individuals, as communities, as young people, are we engaging? Are we working hand in hand with governments? A few times I've had a chance to visit a ward office. Maybe it was even much lower than a ward office in some villages in Kakamega, where I come from. And when I walked into that office, it's next to the chief's office. The ward office that should be giving us information about how our budgets are being spent at that level, there was actually nobody in that office. The office was open, but there were no staff because nobody engages them. The villagers are not engaging them. Communities are not engaging them. How are we going to hold our governments to account if we don't even know how much is being spent on health at that village level? So I was chatting with the chief and asking her, your office as the chief seems very busy. Everybody's coming here for something. How come nobody's going there to the ward office for anything? And the chief said, well, communities just don't engage that much with governance issues at the community level. And I'm challenging us because I know young people, you are more. And you should be the ones engaging at that level, tracking how our taxes are being used to provide services to Kenyans. And of course, to provide services to yourselves. AFIDEP, we do mostly two things. Much of what we do will be research and data analysis. We don't do a lot of primary level research because there's so many research institutions in Kenya and around Africa collecting a lot of survey data. Much of what we do is to analyze existing data, especially data coming from government routine systems like health management information systems, data coming from periodical surveys like DHS. We analyze those to speak to specific priorities or questions that governments are asking. We also, of course, do a lot of analysis of policy environments to understand why some issues persist, why we are investing so much, we're not seeing change. So that is the level of research that we do. But we also do a lot of capacity development to ensure that we are having people sitting in the government departments, in parliament, but also in research institutions, people who are able to look at data, understand data, but also apply it in their day-to-day work, apply it in decision-making. And so we've done a lot of trainings and mentorships of government officials, of staff in parliament, as well as of researchers, as well as people in the media. But we know that you can train everybody here, but as long as the institutions are not supportive of evidence use, then not much is going to happen. If the big people are not demanding data, if they're not demanding evidence use, you can train everybody, but the evidence won't be used. And so we have also focused on working with government institutions, looking at knowledge structures, research departments, looking at key offices in the parliaments in Africa, not just in Kenya, because we work across the region, looking at budget departments, looking at research departments in parliament. Are those set up to support evidence use? Are those set up to support data? And so we've supported development of evidence use tools, development of budget analysis tools. We've supported development of even revision of data collection tools. A couple of years ago with the Ministry of Health, we did support the revision of the data collection tool around adolescence and sexuality. We actually realized that at that time in 2015, the data collection tool for Kenya was not gathering data for younger adolescents. So we're gathering data for adolescents between 15 and 19. And so we didn't have much data for the adolescents who were 10 and 14 years old. And so we worked with the ministry to revise that tool to ensure that we are able to gather data for young adolescents, because how are we going to program for them around sexuality without data that is telling us how they're even accessing these services? And so that tool now, we are happy to say government has been using it. And so they're now very much able to capture information around young adolescents and therefore be able to program for them, so that we are putting in place strategies that actually speak to them. Now, as I finish, I want to talk about Respekt, why AFIDEP is here, working hand in hand with Respekt. As I've said, development needs to work for young people, and so they must be in the driver's seat. And that is why we are here working hand in hand with Respekt. We are hoping that we'll continue this partnership with Respekt over the years. It was so good to hear about the 10 chapters that have been set up across the country around Respekt, because those are very good platforms where young people can engage and talk about their challenges, but also the solutions. They often have the solutions that we are talking about. It would be good to see those chapters growing. We are talking about Kenya having 47 counties. Can we have 47 Respekt chapters, each in the different counties? That is a challenge to us, so that we are ensuring that young people who are in some of those far-flung constituencies, they can connect with us, they can engage with us, because these SRH issues affect all of us as young people. We are keen, of course, to have young people also involved in the data and evidence and research. This research is not just a reserve for people with PhDs. Research is as basic as us trying to understand why this problem is going on. And so looking at Respekt as an opportunity to have young people engaged in research and therefore presenting data here and evidence is something that we would be happy to have more discussions as AFIDEP and see how that goes forward. But we're also looking at young people as the next evidence champions. Because as AFIDEP, we have been talking about evidence for the last 12 years, but we know that we can't be the ones solving the problem. We need to have every African, we need to have every Kenyan, every young people talking about data and evidence. We need to talk from an understanding of how much money is there, for instance, how much budget was there, how has it been used? If I may pose a question, I've been to the Nairobi County website. There is a lot of information there on how money is being spent. There's a lot of reports, the CIDP. How many of the young people here have been to that website and looked at those documents? Okay, not the young people alone. We are all Nairobians, yeah? And the Nairobi County is ours. How many of us have been to that website to look at the CIDP, to look at the data that is there on how budgets are being spent? Anyone? I have been there, I've seen them, I haven't read them, so it's not like I'm any better. I haven't read the documents in detail, but I have been there. There's a lot of information there. So if you're talking about evidence champions, if you're talking about people who are going to hold governments to account, we have to be engaging at that level, looking at that data, looking at that report, looking at the CIDPs to see how we fit in and to track how they're being implemented. And so we are committed as AFIDEP to continue working with Respekt for the future, to continue seeing how Respekt becomes a platform for a lot more young people across the 47 counties, but also to continue seeing how Respekt becomes the platform where young people are championing sexual and reproductive health and rights, their own sexual and reproductive health and rights, but also championing accountability and data and looking at how budgets are being spent towards issues of sexual and reproductive health. But also importantly, being the voice, that challenge some of the things that we know can shape narratives in this country. To what extent our policies provide for young people accessing SRHR is a space for young people. Are you looking at the policies, the provisions, but also at the service provision level? I know it's very easy for me as a parent to say that my 16-year-old should not have access to these things. It's another thing to have my 16-year-old speaking for himself, right? Because he might say something totally different. And so there's a huge space for young people to be talking about these things, as opposed to us as parents or as leaders to be the ones talking about these things and determining how young people live their lives. So I'll leave it there. Our commitment to Respekt is that we will continue working with you. We'll continue seeing how Respekt becomes a platform that is in all counties to see how it becomes a platform of driving data and evidence use for accountability as far as sexual and reproductive health and rights of young people are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose, for those thought-provoking comments. She's really echoing all of the sentiments we've been hearing throughout school about the importance of evidence-based medicine and utilizing research in implementing fact-based systems and fact-based thought processes. So we would like to move over to our next presenter for the day, We're going to be having Dr. Brenda, the CEO of KMA, who would be giving us a couple of remarks. So karibu sana daktari. A round of applause for her.
Good morning. How is everyone in the room? Good? Thumbs up? Yes. So I'm Dr. Brenda Obondo. I'm the CEO of the Kenya Medical Association, but I'm also an adolescent health advocate. And being very passionate about this area, will allow me to just read what I jotted down, because if you're passionate, you tend to say too much. So in the interest of time, I'll just go through what I have. So the Kenya Medical Association is a professional body. It's the umbrella body for doctors in Kenya. And we have a twin mandate to champion the welfare of doctors and quality healthcare in Kenya. I'll start by highlighting that health is a fundamental human right, and sexual and reproductive health is no exception. KMA has placed sexual and reproductive health rights as a key priority area in its mandate, and through the sexual and reproductive health and human rights committees that we house, we've done a lot over the years in advocating for and promoting sexual and reproductive health rights. So over the last 17 years, through the Reproductive Health Rights Alliance program, which is a collaboration that has been under the management of the Kenya Medical Association, we've been able to drive capacity building among healthcare workers, research, mentorships, and partnerships for sexual and reproductive health rights. KMA has held capacity building workshops across the country through our various divisions, including Nairobi, Kisumu, Coast, and Nakuru, where we expand the understanding of our members on policy and legislation around sexual and reproductive health, among other things. Of note is the development of an e-learning module that we dubbed Law for Medics, that was aimed at improving the understanding of doctors on devolution and provision of reproductive health services. And these modules are currently under review to be updated to be able to capture the context now. We also engage young doctors and medical students as part of mentoring sexual and reproductive health rights advocates for the future. We note with appreciation the participation of many Respekt members in their said trainings. On research, KMA's Reproductive Health Committee has conducted an analytical study that we call the Chief Conspirators in Unsafe Abortion and Maternal Deaths in Kenya, the role of existing laws, policies, and health systems, and duty bearers. The findings are available on our website. And we encourage Respekt to invest in research, explore the existing structures within the East Africa Medical Journal that is also housed under the Kenya Medical Association, and initiate a working relationship. It remains imperative that sexual and reproductive health rights advocacy is anchored on evidence, as there is no policy advocacy without evidence. I believe we all agree that partnerships are key in advancing sexual and reproductive health rights, and probably that's why we see many partners supporting this conference. And there's the saying that if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, we walk together. I believe walking fast does not guarantee reaching the destination. However, walking together will definitely get us there. as we as KMA wave goodbye to a 70-year program under the Reproductive Health Rights Alliance. We celebrate gains, we embrace the lessons, and move forward in strength from overcoming the challenges. KMA continues its commitment to sexual and reproductive health rights advocacy and invites Respekt and other champions in the room to join us as we continue to walk this journey. We will get there. Everyone will be respected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brenda. I believe that's an open invitation to everybody in the room, Respekt members, non-Respekt members, all young medical practitioners, to participate together with KMA in advancing all of our goals. So next up, we would like to have Dr. Anastasia Nalita. She is the CEC for Health for Nairobi County. She would be able to help us go a bit in depth on all of these statistics, which none of us are reading. So karibu sana, Dr.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So my name is Dr. Anastasia Nyalita. I'm the CEC for Health, Wellness and Nutrition, County Government of Nairobi. So for us, it's not just health, but it's about health, wellness and nutrition. And you know, wealth cannot stand alone. I am representing the governor, His Excellency Governor Sakaja, whom you had invited. He sent his greetings, but unfortunately because of a busy schedule, he was not able to make it, so he delegated it to me. I want to make an observation that Nairobi County is not on the program, and yet you're meeting in Nairobi. So as young adolescent and youth, my plea to you is also pay attention to detail, follow through on aspects, but more important, please work with the counties. Please work with the counties. Don't work standalone. I will tell you, for example, in the county of Nairobi, we have a very robust adolescent and youth program, and we have a county AYSRH focal person, Elizabeth Washira, if you could stand up. Yeah, so that's your focal person on matters of adolescent youth sexual reproductive health. So tafadhalini, I know I've caused a bit of a challenge for you guys, but it's just because you're young, you need to get it right from the beginning. The other thing I'd like you also to remind you is please on matters of timekeeping. It is Africa, yes, but the discipline has to be as much as possible. Tafadhalini, when it is time, let's keep time. Also manage in such a way that your speakers are here on time, so that your program runs on time. But it's purely discipline. Yeah, it's purely discipline, and this is how you grow to be really model leaders. So allow me to just give you those few remarks before I go to the written speech. So Nairobi County has a total population of 5 million. Around 5 million, and you know this population by day is much more. It's estimated to be about 7 million because we have a lot of people living outside of the county and working in the county. With adolescent and young people between the ages of 15 and 24 years old being the largest composition at 21%, about 1,047,994. Therefore, increasing access to adolescent, youth, and sexual reproductive health is one of the key components in attaining universal health coverage by ensuring that the adolescents and the young people in our county are getting quality health services and information that will enable us to curb the triple threat of teenage pregnancies, new HIV infections, sexual gender-based violence among the adolescents and young people. As a county, we have made great strides. Great strides have been realized in terms of reducing teenage pregnancies from 11.1% to 9%, according to the Kenya Demographic Health Survey of 2022, which was just recently released. But that is not enough, as our goal is to ensure that our young girls are in school and not in maternities. The young people are a great resource in our county. Through continuous meaningful youth engagement, this has ensured that our adolescents and young people are empowered with information and are resilient enough to demand for quality health services, keeping us in check, and this is for a fact, in ensuring that the health needs of adolescents and young people are addressed at all levels of our healthcare system. This is helping us in the realization of SDG 3, which aspires to health and well-being for all, including a bold commitment to end communicable diseases such as epidemics of HIV, AIDS, TB, malaria, and other communicable diseases by 2030. Nairobi County has a vibrant youth advisory council, and I'd urge all the youth to plug onto that as long as you're living, working, or schooling in the Nairobi County. So plug onto the Youth Advisory Council that constitutes of representatives of all the young people across the county. It has a strong leadership which has been capacity built and have representatives in most of the AYP's stakeholders engagement to give the input of the young people. The adolescent and the young people unit coordinates all the adolescent and youth stakeholders and ensures that activities that directly engages the young, such as regular adolescent young dialogue days and outreach that are specifically tailor-made for the young people, are always part of the activities that are factored in. The Youth Advisory Council representatives are also part of the membership of the AYP Technical Working Group that also spearheaded the AYSRH implementation framework, which was launched in 2020 and meet on a quarterly basis to review and plan the implementation status. The Youth Advisory Council representatives greatly participated in the development of the County Integrated Development Plan 2023-2027. Very important. And we have heard about the documents that are on our website, but more important is the process through which they go to be developed. Public participation is mandatory. We have a sector that is dedicated to, among other things, public participation. So please ensure that you participate in this. And for those who don't know what the Integrated Development Plan is, it's a 5-year cycle, but everything that needs to be done for the county will be captured there. So we have a process of internal, external, and then before it goes to the county assembly. It is important as the adolescent and youth, among others, you purpose to participate in this event. We've just finalized the public participation, but still go online, look at the draft and see if the aspects that you'd like covered in the county from an adolescent and youth perspective are in that document. If they're not in that document, we would encourage you to send communication to either my office or the office of the governor, and it will be incorporated as much as possible. Or give it to our coordinator for adolescent and youth sexual reproductive health coordinator, that is Elizabeth. Please do that, because whatever is in the CIDP is what gets implemented. Any afterthoughts are unlikely to be considered until after the next cycle. So please, that's a very important exercise you need to look at. So strengthening the policy environment around AYP is critical in ensuring that our young people's needs are well addressed, and we can easily achieve this through collaborative efforts with all key government stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Education, Department of Children and Social Services, key stakeholders at the community, and the young people themselves. Embracing innovations like exploring digital platforms, safe space for HIV prevention, teenage pregnancies, and gender-based violence information and prevention education for our young people. Nairobi County is committed to supporting the AYSRH evidence by increasingly budgetary allocation. Again, go there and look at what activities targeting the youth, how much budget has been allocated to the adolescent and young people unit that will enable implementation of activities stipulated in the annual work plans. So again, every year out of the CIDP, on a yearly basis, we develop an annual work plan. Again, it is also public participation process. So please also stay connected and get to know when that is happening. Also, this is a cycle that is, defined by the Treasury. So something also you need to familiarize yourselves with. The AYP program has a structured coordination at the county level, all the way to the facility level, that oversees and provides technical support in the program implementation and stakeholders coordination. Nairobi County supports capacity building of healthcare workers in adolescents and youth-friendly services across our facilities in order to equip them with the knowledge and skills to be able to provide quality services to the adolescents and young persons. The county has also ensured that most of our health facilities are youth responsive, therefore increasing access to AYP services. And when you go to any of our 126 facilities, if you feel free to give us feedback. We're here to listen and we're here to support you. Yeah, so we really do incorporate the feedback we receive from our stakeholders. And to actualize the AYP slogan of nothing for us without us, the young people are always at the center of all the AYP discussions and decisions making to matters on issues that pertain to the young people through their representation. So with those few remarks, I thank you very much. And once again, I bring you regards from our Governor, His Excellency Governor Sakaja, and also from the Nairobi Executive and the entire Nairobi County team as a whole. Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Following the conclusion of our national conference, we will be having a conference report, compiling all of the discussions that we've had from this national dialogue, and we will definitely make sure to send over a copy to your office for implementation. I would like to invite my co-host for the day, Brenda, to introduce the next speaker for us.
Okay. Thank you so much, Momo. So I think it was quite interesting, first of all, to hear what the CEC had to say. And I think sometimes as the youth, we tend to think we're left behind. But to just hear how much things are set aside for us and all we need to do is show up. And that, I think that's a challenge to all of us. Like this room, I'm sure has quite a lot of youth. Majority of us in here are youth. And like she said, public participation is key. And picking from the note that she said, nothing with us, without us. So as we go on to the next session of the program, it just had me thinking, as respect, if someone told me to say what respect is in like the simplest way, layman, I would say respect is for the youth, by the youth, for the teenagers. And as they were talking about respect, one of the key two things that really kept being said over and over were two things, SRHR and teenagers. So essentially, that's a very nice way to really summarize what respect is. That for us as respect, without the teenagers, what are we really? Like the main people we're here for are the teenagers. And so with that, as respect, we started the Respekt Labs, as you've been told, and we currently have 10 Respekt Labs in high school, in various high schools in various regions. And with us today here, just like we've said, nothing for me without me. So nothing for the teenagers without the teenagers. So today with us, we have a few teenagers from some of the Respekt Lab. We have two. We have representatives from two of our clubs. So we have a team from our Nairobi Respekt Lab. One of it, we have the Shadrach Kimalel Mixed Secondary School students. They can just stand and wave so you can see who Respekt is here for. Yes, thank you so much. And then we also have another group from Meru, our Meru Club. We have high school students from, it's Munithu Girls High School in Meru, and they can just stand and wave. That's who we're here for. So anytime you hear respect, these are the people that respect.
Student at a secondary school near my home. C, I'm 5 months pregnant, and my baby's father wants nothing to do with me.
And teenagers out of maternity and in school. So with that, I will just allow one of them to come.
Hello, my name is Chimwemwe. I'm 15 years old, and up until a few months ago, I was a Form 2 student at a secondary school near my home. See, I'm 5 months pregnant, and my baby's father wants nothing to do with me. I can't go to school anymore, as my classmates either laugh at me or completely shun me. My parents are really disappointed in me. In fact, my father has not spoken.
Hello everyone. This is Miriam Udoni, Monido Girls, representing teenagers. So Team Respekt have really helped us understand what Team Respekt means and what adolescent works. Since the team was introduced to our school, Monido Girls, we have been able to understand how to cope with the situation, because this is a compulsory stage and everyone passes through. I understand that this situation, not everyone that understands about it, and some of us really need support of guidance and counseling. As the school chair of the Team Respekt, I suggest that the people with disabilities too should be involved in this team, so that we can work as a team, and teamwork is key. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Miriam. And I think, and I hope that we've all really listened to what she had to say. And anytime we convene for anything teenage related, I would like for us to imagine the teenagers is Miriam or someone who looks like Miriam. And it just had me thinking, one of the reasons we have the Respekt Lab is we really understand the importance of peer-to-peer teaching. And it's the same analogy. If you wanted to sell fertilizer to a farmer, as a farmer, I think I'm more likely to believe a fertilizer is good if a fellow farmer tells me it is, rather than someone who actually does not know what farming includes. And that is why it is very important for us to include the teenagers, not only by teaching them, but having them also help us teach and impact fellow teenagers about what it is we are teaching them, okay? So, and that is why they're important to be part of the conversations very actively. So we'll move on to the next segment. So I'm going to invite someone from one of the Respekt working groups. We are going to have someone come over from the curriculum team, and I'm going to invite Lydia Wanja. Please come forward. We can clap for her as she comes over.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Oh, thank you. So my name is Lydia, as you've heard, Lydia Kiarie. I'm part of the curriculum team that is gracing the occasion today. And I would say I'm pleased and I'm very happy and even especially honored to be standing in front of us all. And what we are about to do, we're going to do it differently. I'm not sure about how Kisumu and Eldoret run, but for today we'll have something different with our teenagers and a member of youth empowerment who is called Alvin. And today we'll have a discussion and we choose to call it our conversation cafe. So unfortunately we don't have coffee in front here, but we'll still proceed with the conversation. So our conversation today will be very interesting and very engaging. And even as I give an introduction, I'd wish to invite our teenagers together with Alvin. We'll have Miriam Muthoni from Minithu Girls, and we'll have Joseph Sunguti from Shadrach Kimalel come over. And I'd wish we appreciate them with a clap as they come forward. Yes. Yeah, and even with that, also we'll have a representative from Minithu Girls, a teacher, and we'd also love to hear from them. So we'll invite her over, and I invite us who are in front to come and take our seats. Just come and sit down. Right. So our discussion today will be on delivery of comprehensive sexual education. And we'd wish to get experiences of the different stakeholders, and really it would be purpose for us to talk about comprehensive sexual education and not hear from the teenagers. Otherwise, who will we be addressing? So it is very important for us, especially from the curriculum team, to hear from them. We've had school visits and we've had a lot of stories and very interesting things, but today we want them to come forward and tell us really what is happening. And we're very hopeful when we hear what they have to say. Maybe this will inform decision making and policy making even in our country. So with that, and before we proceed, I'd like to invite Alvin to introduce himself, and then we'll continue with our conversation.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Good morning. Please wave if you can see me. I hope you're all well. My name is Alvin Mwangi Rungu. I am a writer. I am a human rights defender and the activist. I'm also a team leader at Youth Empowerment Movement Kenya. So we will be having a fire session. So I hope you're all ready. And yeah, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Hello, this is Miriam Mutoni.
Praise God, everyone. Praise God again. My name is Joseph Sunguti.
Hello everyone, I'm Winfred from Meru County.
Thank you to our, I'll call them panelists for today. And I'll give Alvin the mic, and we'll have a bit of an introduction, then we'll proceed with our session.
Thank you. So we will be doing a brief thing, and these are instructions. I would like all of us to close our eyes. I promise there's nothing bad that is happening to you. So I'd like us to close our eyes for probably at most like 3 minutes. And I'll read a few things when it comes to the questions. And what I want you to do is to reflect. And to reflect for yourself, and in case you have a niece and nephew, reflect for them as well. So please, let's close our eyes. If you're not closing your eyes, I am seeing you because I will not close my eyes. Please do not be on your laptop. Let's try and pause work. And yes. Yeah, so I have a set of the questions which I will ask. One, do you have a phone? Do you have a smartphone? Do you have a phone? Do you have a smartphone? Two, what was the age of your first sex? What was the age of your first sex? Did you have the access to the information, including the access to the contraceptives? Three, what have you done to have the access, the uptake, the provision of CSE, which is the Comprehensive Sexuality Education? Four, what is the message you have for the parents here in the room, as well as the government, from the national all the way to the county? The next question. So if you have a brother, a sister, or a sibling, what would you inform them about sex, HIV, about the menstrual health management periods, the STIs? So if you have a brother, a sister, no matter the age. The two last key ones is, would you give a teenager a contraception? both the information, service, as well as a commodity. Then the last one is, what do you say when you're asked, where do the babies come from? What do you say when you're asked, where do babies come from? So just reflect on those questions. We hope that throughout the session you will have a lot of more questions, because we need to have the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. And those are very thought-invoking questions. And even as we proceed with our session, we welcome questions, preferably on paper, and we'll hopefully address them at the end of our conversation here. So I'd also want to get a bit of music, though I had not requested it, but you know. So I'm going to read a passage here, and it clearly gives a picture of what really happens, especially in our school setting, and the uptake of CSC, Comprehensive Sexual Education. So I invite you to listen in and listen in keenly as I read through it. Thank you. Sophie is a high school teacher who is passionate about providing students with comprehensive sexual education. She believes that it is important for young people to have access to accurate information about sexuality and relationships, and that this would help them make informed decisions and lead healthier lives. However, Sophie faces a dilemma when she realizes that some parents in her school district were strongly opposed to comprehensive sexual education. They believe that it is not appropriate for schools to teach their children about topics like contraception, sexual orientation, and consent, and that these discussions should be left to parents and families. Sophie struggles with how to balance of her students with the concerns of their parents. On the other hand, she feels that comprehensive sexual education is essential to her students' health and well-being, and that they had a right to access this information regardless of their parents' beliefs or their teachers' opinions. On the other hand, she understood that her parents had the right to own values and beliefs, and that teaching controversial topics could create conflict and division in the community. So, I don't know how many of us share in Sophie's dilemma. Who is really supposed to give information to our teenagers on comprehensive sexual education? On whose shoulders does the burden of giving this information lie on? And maybe a question for us to think about. How many of us who are here and are informed, because most of us who are here and our stakeholders are informed, have you taken the step to actually give information to someone who's close to you? Have you taken a step to give your sister information, a brother, or even a friend? Because sometimes we may tend to be a bit more selfish or even shy away from giving such information, which is very essential, and especially to our teenagers who are coming up as the next generation. So this is a challenge for us to think about such things, and also pose my first question again. Who really bears the responsibility of ensuring that the teenagers actually get access to such information? Is it the pastor? Is it the priest? Is it the teacher? Or is it the parent? Ama tuseme liwe liwalo. Let it be what it be. They will just find out information on the internet, which may at times be very misleading. So today's conversation will bring to light what is actually happening in our schools and even in our surrounding. And I would like to open this discussion, and we promise to keep the discussion short, sweet, and very engaging, even as you note down your questions. So I would maybe want to pose a question to our panelists, and we'll probably start with our teacher, coming down to the students. We'll start with the teacher, then Joseph, and lastly Muthoni. And my question is this, I hope you're listening keenly. And I'll use both languages, that is Kiswahili and English, for the sake of us feeling very comfortable. I may use a bit of Swahili phrases hapo katikati, sawa sawa. So the first question is this. So you are in school and you're in a school setting, though you're not limited to schools, indio. And of course, now we have midterm breaks and people are engaging all over. So what is it you have seen in your surrounding, maybe in school, maybe at home, or maybe from a friend, that you feel necessitates the need for us to give comprehensive sexual education. And of course, hatujilimit kwa sex peke yake, by the way. We're talking about gender-based violence, we're talking about consent, we're talking about drug use and abuse, we're talking about self-esteem issues. So I'll allow our teacher to take us first to the discussion. So ni nini hii unaona ikifanyika huko nje ama kwa friends wako ama hata wewe mwenyewe na una feel, by the way, mimi nahitaji information ndio niweza ku make informed decisions. Sawa sawa. So we'll allow our teacher to give us her response and we'll calm down. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is a very delicate and very crucial topic because we've seen a lot, especially with our young girls and boys. Somehow they are confused, very confused, because they have very many teachers. They have the internet, they have the pastors, as you say, they have parents, they have a lot of people giving them false information, of course, depending on the interest of the person. So I think it's a very important thing to take responsibility of telling them the truth in black and white without hiding anything. In terms of, because at times they ask you, I want to have a boyfriend, how do I go about it? Those are the kind of questions that we receive. Then another one will ask about contraceptives because some of them are already using them. So I think the approach should be very critical in the sense that some are already in use and some want to try. Is a bit wide and need to be approached in a way that it will also cater for the ones that are already in use and the ones to use. Then also the issue of boyfriend, girlfriend, you know, these things with the internet, they are, I think, so much exposed to the internet such that they may even not listen to you as a human being because they think you don't know much. So we should also look at how we can limit their use of internet because it is teaching them a lot. Then, so it is very important that we talk about sex and we talk about dangers of sex as early as, for the teenagers, because in as much as we want to have them experience life, they need to be told the truth, the impacts, or rather the effect of engaging in premarital sex. And also the issue of pregnancy, that one has been a very huge a problem. I would say it's a problem because they don't know what happens. For them, they would want to maybe protect themselves from HIV and AIDS, but then they are also not aware of the impact of having a baby as you are a baby as well. So it's a bit confusing and it has to be approached in a very critical way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give the mic to Joseph, then Muthoni. Where Joseph unafeel kama teacher amesema ukweli ama ni, by the way, you already have information. It is them who think you do not have information. So tunataka kujua, nyinyi mko na information, hamna information, or what do you feel needs to be done about all these things? Or what have you seen happening?
Thank you once again. So I'll start with what I've seen happening in our school and in our environment which I'm staying. Number one, there is these three challenges we are facing as teenagers. Number one, drug and substance abuse. Number two is pornography. And number three, relationships. Those things I've seen in most of my friends, and those things, they have been so difficult for them to come out from them because most of them, they are influenced by their peers to do so. And so they see that that is the way to go. But in real sense, they are perishing without their knowledge. And pia kitu ya pili, by the way, me I'm a prefect of guidance and counseling in school. So most of the time nimekuwa nikideal na hizi cases, although sijai forward kwa walimu, lakini nimekuwa nikideal na hizi cases. Unapata mtu anakuja na kwambia, by the way, mimi na face hii na hii. And hapo shule yetu, in our school, siwezi sema we don't have the information. The information is there. Teachers, they are struggling the way they can. They are giving out the messages. Even we have day of guidance and counseling, they are bringing speakers from outside to come and talk to us. But the main problem is that, yes, we are being given the advice, but we don't take it we don't take in the advice that you're being given. We are assuming it.
Okay.
Yes. So what I think it should be done is that you members as Respekt, nyinyi sasa ndio mnaweza kuja pale shuleni alafu muongelesha hao teenagers, because deeper inside me I feel that kuna zile vitu ambazo mwanafunzi wanashindwa kuongea mbele ya mwalimu, lakini sasa wewe ukikuja kama wewe mtu mwingine anaweza ongea, anaweza feel free na aweze kuzungumza. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I introduce myself again, Miriam Muthoni, and I feel that talking on behalf of my fellow girls, girls really face a lot of challenge, mostly kwa his stage, adolescent stage. It's really challenging. Kama there is no way someone from nowhere anaweza kuja anipe advice on how to take care of myself, yet naona wazazi wangu are doing the same. So as the child, I'll do what my guardian does. Kama naona mzazi wangu anafanya hivi, that's the same route that I'll follow. So I think that what should be done is the parents or the guardians to first of all guide their children, and then the teachers, because around 75% of the time is where wanafunzi wanakaa na walimu wao. So walimu wao ndo wanafaa pia take that chance to guide mwanafunzi. So it starts from the parent or the guardian, then to the teacher, then to the fellow students.
Okay, thank you. So we've had their responses, Indio. Yeah, so I'd maybe limit the next Q&A session to 2 minutes each for an answer, because of time also. And my second maybe question of discussion is I'd want us to think about, she has mentioned she feels that it is the responsibility of the parents, the responsibility of the teachers to bring this information. But then also Joseph says we have the information, but then, and even if we are facing the challenges, there is no way I will go and talk to my teacher about maybe me watching pornography or maybe me using drug and substances and all those things. So I want to understand what is this nini hii gap enye inafanya mi si feel comfortable, by the way, kwenda kuongelesha mwalimu wangu, because teacher anasema we are very open na anasema they are very willing to give information. That is what I get from her. So ni nini hii inafanya students waogope kwenda kwa teachers, na kwa nini wewe una feel unahitaji mtu mwenye ni younger aingie ndani so that they can come and give you this information? So maybe to allow our teacher go first, what is this gap that we are seeing here?
Well, thank you. I think to some extent on our side, as a teacher, you need to create a rapport with the student, because we may not have you always there for them. We are here and we are always with them. So I think it is our responsibility to create a rapport for you to be open to us. I think I've responded to you well. Maybe that is what is missing. Unless you tell us what maybe we should do. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Ile kitu ambayo inafanya wanafunzi wengi, sasa sisi wanafunzi hatuendi kuongelesha walimu wetu. Number 1, mwalimu amekuja class. Look at his or her facial expression, nasikia tu kimbia. Naona tena kuna konga na wale walimu wakali shule. So wanafunzi wanakonga wamewazoea, wamewachukulia negative. Hata huyu mwalimu nikienda kumwambia hivi ati atakuja class kuniongelea, ama nikienda kumwambia hivi atanipiga ama atanifukuza, ataniuliza wewe mbona una face hii challenge, wewe ni mtu mkubwa. Unaona, hivyo ndo sawa wanafunzi wamejifikiria. And for peer to peer, hiyo inaweza kuwa better because kama mimi kiniletea kijana mwenzangu, kwa sababu ni kijana mwenzangu, I'll be free na nitakuwa open kwake. Lakini so ukiona mwalimu, by the way, hata kama nitamwambia, lakini siwezi mwambia kila kitu. Hiyo ni kitu yenye iko, siwezi sema kila kitu, lazima zingine utaficha. Lakini ukiwa na ule your fellow peer, so mmezoea kuinteract, mnajuana inside and out, so unaweza share with him, by the way, mimi niko hivi na hivi, na yeye anaweza kusaidia. So apart from that, mnaweza come up with an conclusion, mwenda cha tuende kwa mwalimu so and so atusaidie. Unaona hivyo. Sasa kitu mimi naweza sema, walimu tafadhali tupunguze makali, muache kuwa wakali na pia make friends na wanafunzi, mkuwe social na wanafunzi sana. Hata tukiwakosea msituchukulie kiboko.
It is good you have raised such a point because we actually have the principal from Shadrach Kimalal. I don't know kama mtafuatwa after him, but I'm sure the concern has been heard. Ndio. Yes. So we'll allow Modhoni to go next.
Thank you very much. I think the gap between the students and the teacher, some teachers wanakuanga like they look so mature, like unajua ukikaa na mtoto unafaa pia, ukikaa na mtoto pia mzazi unafaa kama huyo mtoto. Sasa uko hapo, mimi am a teenager, so pia natarajia pia mwalimu akuwa anaelewa this stage ni a teenager, so anafaa kuact anakaa kae kama ana act the same way as I act. In a way nikimwambia hivi anaelewa, si namwambia I feel like I'm in love with someone or something to do with that, then ananiambia hapana, it's not your time. No, hiyo haiwezi. No, haiwezi. So huyo mwalimu anafaa kuambia ni stage yako, ama akueleze, but si kukwambia hapana, you can't, hapana.
Okay, naona teacher anawashwa na kitu kidogo. Lakini mambo yasichemke tafadhali.
Yes. Thank you very much for your response. I think I will respond to him. Okay, at times you may feel that you're not very comfortable with a certain teacher, but I think my school, I'm not a principal, I'm just a teacher. We're trying to introduce a box whereby if you're not able to talk your problem out, you can just write a letter, express yourself, and then drop it there. Then I'll pick, and then I'll know how to address it. So as I said, you also try to be free with the teacher, because sometimes you may share with your fellow students and they may not really help you. Maybe they may not give you the help that you may want, because sometimes it might be urgent. My case, sometimes I get issues and then I'm not able to handle them, especially the medical things. Then I call Team Respekt from Kemu, and then they come and respond. And by the way, I want to say that they have really done a good job, especially to our school since 2020. We've had cases of pregnancies, and now they have reduced, and I'm really happy. So as teachers, also I'll talk on behalf of the teachers, we need to create a rapport, because sometimes, I'm sorry to say this, we come from different backgrounds. First of all, you need to understand these young girls and boys. Some, they lack love, parental love from home. So it is also our responsibility as teachers to hold a space for them, to listen to them. Of course, sometimes act like teenagers, as they have said. I have to act like a girl whenever I am a mother. And sometimes I also have to act like a boy, but of course, with a lot of caution, because you want them to open up so that you can try and solve the problem. I think that is my take. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your responses. So I'll allow Alvin to maybe respond, to some of the concerns that have been raised, and maybe give us a clear picture of what should and should not, or maybe what is really happening. Yes, Alvin.
Yeah, so I think we have heard from them in terms of the issues that they actually face, and to also just speak about the experience I had in high school. So in school, for us, at least we had the program which was there to speak to us, on all of these things. And then the program, I think it had about, either the 8 or 9 key things that, we would speak about, from the self-esteem, the awareness, the HIV, to the things like your future dreams and plans. So I think we need to remove the notion that CSE is only about sex. That is the first thing that we actually need to remove in our heads, is that you can speak to a 3-year-old and inform them that no one should ever touch you anywhere. No one should ever touch you anywhere. And through that, you are speaking through them on the issues of, one, the consent. You are speaking to them on the issues of the SGBV. And then, so as they grow, then you're like, by the way, this is what I said. And then you need to know that this is GBV and all that. The other point, I think we need to speak on, on both the abstinence as well as the sexual, the education, the information plus the services, because I think most of the programs which we have seen within the schools are only promoting, one, the abstinence, which we are trying to bury our heads in the sand and still say a lot of the adolescents and the teenagers are not engaging in sex. And it is so sad and so bad when the Ministry of Health, they come and say, oh, we have, these pregnancies, these years, where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? And then the other point, I think there was one of, we had the campaign, I think from last year, known as the triple threat, is that unfortunately, the adolescents and the teenagers have 3 key things. One, the adolescent and the teenage pregnancies, which I think we have been speaking forever and ever and ever. I'm not sure what is your role in trying to see that actually this is going down. 2, we are seeing increased new HIV infections between adolescents and the teenagers, which of course, still speaks to the access to one, the information, the services, and the commodities, which include the condoms. And that's why I asked, if you have a brother, a sister, a niece, or a nephew, and then they ask you for probably a condom, or if you're a mom, a dad, will you actually go and get a condom for them? Because you're here now, right? And I think most of the schools are on break now, right? Sometimes you're not sure what your child is doing at home. So I'm not saying you actually provide, the service, but if you actually provide the information and say, by the way, in case you choose to engage in sex, this is what will happen. But if you do not engage in sex, it is okay because you need to be in school and learn. But we need to ensure that we speak about these issues, because unfortunately, the more we do not speak about these issues, it is, these kids here, it is your kids, your sons, your daughters, your nieces and nephews who will come to you with a pregnancy, and then you'll be like, haya, huh? Isasa, oh, you umetoa wapi, ati nimetoa wapi. I went and had sex. So please, let's speak to the children. Then the other 2 key things, because I know we are really pressed on time, is the issue of we should not let religion as well as the culture be a bias when it comes to spreading of the information, okay? Yes, we all go to church. It is okay, we pray and all that, but in case you find your child engaging in sex, do not start in any way to condemn them, and such kind of things. The other thing, which is the last one, is with regards to the policy space. I think we have seen quite a lot of the policies within the country speaking about the access to both, speaking on the access of, the information, the services. But if there is actually a representative here from the Ministry of Education, I think what I will like to just say is that you are unfortunately letting the kids of Kenya down, because I think until now we do not have a comprehensive sexuality education curriculum in schools, because most of the work that we are seeing here is actually from the NGOs. You know, what will happen if, you know, unfortunately, the money is not there. You know, so we need to ensure that within the policies, the guidelines, and the law, we actually have the information, the services, and the commodities. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. Thank you. And nitasema habari ndio hiyo, si ndio? And we've heard what has been said, and we've heard what is happening. So maybe it is a challenge to all of us, yeah? And information is home, and I hope these kids will get the information that they need. And I thank you all for listening in and giving us the time and the ears to really get to listen into our conversation. And maybe just as a parting shot and to wind up our discussion, take up the challenge. Be the first one to give information to a sister, to a brother, to a friend, or even to a neighbor. It does not take much. It does not cost you a lot, and you will lose nothing by giving information. So with that, I will invite our panelists to maybe take their seats. And that brings us to the end of our Conversation Cafe. And we'll hand over the program so that we can proceed. Thank you. Hi, guys. Clap us.
Truly nothing for us without us. It was a very riveting session. Thank you so much, Lydia, for taking us through that Conversation Cafe. Now we would like to shift gears and have APHRC come onto the stage. We're going to be moderated by Anthony Ajay. He's going to take us through a conversation around lived experiences of pregnant and parenting adolescents in Korogocho. So again, just delving deeper into the people on the ground who are actually affected by the matters that we are here to discuss today. So a round of applause for Anthony as he comes up to stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, my name is Anthony Ajayi, and I'm an associate research scientist at the African Population and Health Research Center. For people here that do not know African Population and Health Research Center, I guess I believe everyone there knows African Population and Health Research Center. So permit me to just introduce the organization while they get a short video clip ready. I want to start my presentation with. So at the African Population Health Research Center, our primary focus is research. We are a Pan-African research center. What do I mean by Pan-African research center? We are truly, truly African, in the sense that our staff are all Africans. They are from about 20 countries on the continent, so we're a regional we're an intercontinental organization per se. And we organize our work around 3 divisions. First is research, which is the primary focus of our work. We do population and health research, including education, non-communicable diseases, sexual and reproductive health, even cancers, and a number of all these other global health challenges. We also believe that it's important to contribute to developing the research ecosystem on the continent. So as a result of that, we have a division that focuses on capacity strengthening. And then we partner with universities to train PhD students. We also provide training in research. And we provide a lot of support to non-governmental organizations, even government, just to ensure that they not only are able to generate good evidence, quality evidence, but also to be able to translate the evidence in advocacies as well as in policies. Also, we felt like just doing research will not cut it. Even doing capacity strengthening will not cut it. We also need to do policy engagement. So we have an entire division that focuses on communications, knowledge translation, policy engagement, just to ensure that there is impact of the work we do. I myself, I work on sexual and reproductive health, and Over the past 4 years, my focus has been on adolescent sexual and reproductive health. And it's an area I've done a lot of research across African countries like South Africa. Virtually in most of the countries on the continent have had to perhaps review evidence or conduct primary research in West Africa. I work on a project called Challenging the Politics of Social Exclusion. And on this project, we focus on 3 things as well, 3 topics: abortion, adolescent sexual and reproductive health, and sexual and gender minority. And our aim is also to generate policy-relevant evidence to support policy debate, advocacy on these 3 issues. And this project is being implemented at the continental level, working with African Union Commission, as well as at the sub-regional levels, like SADC, Southern African Development Community, East African Development Communities, and ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States. Also, we are working in 7 countries, which Kenya, is one of those 7 countries: Malawi, Zambia, Rwanda, Burkina Faso, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone and Liberia, we are conducting the first abortion incident survey. Again, we are also doing similar thing in Kenya this year. We just got funding to do the second abortion incident survey in Kenya. And in Burkina Faso, the focus is on adolescent sexual and reproductive health. In Kenya, we are focusing on all 3 issues: abortion, adolescent sexual and reproductive health, and sexual and gender minority. And the theory of change is, if we generate policy relevant evidence, we build the capacity of civil society organizations and policymakers to use this evidence to advocate for change, to inform policies, then we can make progress in improving access to services for people on the continent. So it's this project that some of the research we conducted under this project is going to be presented here today. And again, our partnership with Respekt started a long while back. In fact, one of our ex-staff used to be a member of Respekt, called Megan Walker. She's not here today, but she was a vibrant member of Respekt. And since that time, we felt like we connected with Respekt, and the relationship continued to improve and improve. And our support has become generous and generous, with our support this year being the most generous of all the support we've offered Respekt. And of course, it's based on our belief that you guys are the leaders of tomorrow. You'll be the one to drive the agenda both today and tomorrow. And the impact of your work is quite visible for anyone to see. See the way you spoke about comprehensive sexuality education. It's much persuasive than when an older person is speaking about comprehensive sexuality education. Another person can be accused of having an agenda, but when young people speak for themselves, you can't really, make those excuses. So without few remarks, we ask that the video be played as we speak about the study we conducted in Korogosho. And maybe to lay a little background about this study, there's a local community-based NGO called Miss Coach in Korogosho, concerned about girls getting pregnant during COVID. They decided to do more like a head count of girls that got pregnant in the community. And then they sent the data to us to say, what can we do with the data? And we told them, merely counting the number of girls is not how you go about generating evidence. How about we partner with you to generate evidence on the lived experiences of girls that got pregnant? And that's how the study started. And it's also in conjunction with the Directorate of Children's Services at Nairobi County. So this is a work that started in 2021, and we are finally happy that we have some evidence to share with you. Is the video ready? So we've also done similar work in Malawi and Burkina Faso. So this video is just a compilation of some of the evidence in Malawi and Burkina Faso. So if it's ready, you can play it now. And
hello, my name is Chimwemwe. I'm 15 years old, and up until a few months ago, I was a Form 2 student at a secondary school near my home. See, I'm 5 months pregnant, and my baby's father wants nothing to do with me. I can't go to school anymore, as my classmates either laugh at me or completely shun me. My parents are really disappointed in me. In fact, my father has not spoken to me since they found out about my pregnancy.
Chimweme's story is not unique. Every year, approximately 12 million girls between the ages of 15 and 19 years give birth in low and middle income countries. As a result, many pregnant adolescents face a lot of stigma from their families, peers, and communities. It is for this reason that APHRC conducted a study in Blantyre District, Malawi, and Burkina Faso's central region. This research sought to examine how early and unintended pregnancies result in the social exclusion of adolescent mothers and explored interventions that could ensure their educational and economic empowerment. The study found that 94% and 82% of pregnant and parenting girls in Malawi and Burkina Faso, respectively, had dropped out of school. However, 3 out of every 4 girls who are not in school would like to go back to school. Unfortunately, they often encounter several barriers such as poverty, parental opposition to schooling, stigma, psychological distress, limited social support, and lack of childcare support. Majority of the parenting girls are unemployed and experience food insecurity during and after pregnancy. Some of them believe that the main reason they fell sick during pregnancy was hunger. They face difficulties paying for their daily needs, including research in Malawi and l'Institut Supérieur de Sciences de la Population in Burkina Faso are implementing 3 key interventions. 1. A cash transfer conditioned on re-enrollment into school or vocational training. 2. Subsidized childcare. And 3. Adolescent mothers clubs where parenting adolescents will receive life skills training covering nurturing childcare, sexual and reproductive health, and financial literacy. They would also find a safe place where they can interact with their peers who are in similar situations and therefore not feel alone. From our research, we recommend that governments should update and strengthen the implementation of policies governing the retention and reintegration of pregnant students and adolescent mothers in educational institutions. They should also create public awareness about school reentry of pregnant pupils and mothers. Educational institutions should also implement programs to educate students on their sexual and reproductive health and rights. Community leaders should sensitize families on the harmful consequences. We believe that our findings will inform policies and programs aimed at promoting the well-being of pregnant and parenting adolescents. Together, we can support pregnant and adolescent mothers making their dreams come true. Investing in the empowerment of parenting adolescents is key to achieving sustainable development.
Thank you very much. That video was created by my colleague Isabella, who is a comms person on the project. And you agree with me that it's important that we carry out this study here in Kenya, because this work is being done in Burkina Faso and Malawi. So that said, I've called on the research assistants that work on the study in Korogosho to make presentations. Because for us at APHRC, it's also important that we build capacities of young researchers. So I don't want to be the one, presenting or calling senior researchers to come and present this work. It's important that we also strengthen their capacity, not only to collect data, but also to analyze the data, write the reports, and also, present the findings, and even write papers for publication. And they are doing that. So with me, I have Lynette and Sheila, Valerie, and Beryl, and then Maureen. So they all work on the study. So we've divided the findings into sections, and they will take us through one section at a time. I think I'll probably pop in after Lynette's presentation to share experiences in clinic. So Lynette is going to begin with some of the reasons why young girls are getting pregnant. Over to you, Lynette.
Thank you, Anthony. Good morning. So my name is Lynette Abur. and I was privileged to be part of the lived experiences study. And I will be talking about socio-ecological factors associated with adolescent pregnancies in Korogosho, Nairobi. Okay. Let me go back to... Yes, so my presentation roadmap will be as follows. I will start with the study background, then talk a little bit about study objective, then methodology, results, conclusions, and then finally recommendations. Present with my phone. Yeah, so despite over 2 decades of interventions by the government and other developmental partners, adolescent childbearing rates have barely declined. And as we can see, it's at 15%. 15% of adolescent girls begin childbearing before they get to their 18th birthday. This is according to the Kenya Demographic Health Survey 2022. So this childbearing has negative consequences on these adolescent girls, consequences on their education, consequences on their socioeconomic well-being, as well as main contributor of gender inequality. Therefore, this warrants a study to elucidate these core reasons as to why these girls are getting pregnant, especially in these low-income communities, which are disproportionately affected. So drawing from the socio-ecological framework and the in-depth interviews that were conducted with these adolescent girls in Korogosho, this study seeks to examine the socio-ecological factors that are contributing to these high incidences of adolescent pregnancy in Korogosho. The lived experiences study had a total of 52 participants who are involved in the study. But in regards to these particular paper on the pregnant and parenting adolescent girls who are purposely recruited across all the 9 villages in Korogosho, thereafter we conducted in-depth interviews with these teenage pregnant and parenting adolescent girls. 2 of them were pregnant, and then 20 of them were already parenting girls. This data was then analyzed to comprehend the drivers of this adolescent pregnancy at multiple levels in Korogosho. Thereafter, inductive and deductive thematic analysis was used to analyze the transcripts of this data. So the results that came out were majorly in 4 thematic areas. We had the individual factors, family-related factors, structure-related factors, as well as peer-related factors. So let's talk a little bit about the individual factors. And these were factors that were concerned with the girls themselves. We can see most of the girls talked about curiosity about sex as one of the contributors to their pregnancies. We also had ignorance as well as lack of contraceptive knowledge as one of the factors that contributed to adolescent pregnancy. As one of the girls from Korogosho shared her experience, as she said, I did not have information about contraceptive knowledge as my mother was always busy working. End of quote. Now let's talk about family factors. And these, in terms of these family-related factors, these were factors that were concerned with the adolescent's household. For example, there was conflict that came out as a result of this. Also, one of the contributors of adolescent pregnancy, there was lack of parental support and supervision as well. And then we move to structural factors. Okay, let's talk about peer-related factors first of all. And most of the girls in Korogosho talked about peer pressure as one of the contributing factors to their pregnancies. And we can see one of the girls explaining her experience, as she said in that quote. During COVID, most of her friends got pregnant, and when her friends got pregnant, she also had the urge to get pregnant. And so she went ahead and became pregnant. Okay, and in terms of structural factors, these were factors that presented themselves, but they were beyond the girl's control, like poverty, where girls got pregnant because they were going out of their way to look for basic things like pads, body lotion, and in the process, they got pregnant. We also had, this as well led them to transactional sex because the boys would not give them whatever they wanted without giving something in return. And then we also had COVID-related school closure. This was the period during COVID-19 when schools were closed and most girls ended pregnant during this period. There was also sexual violence where girls were forced into having sex. And in the process, they ended up pregnant. And as we can see, there was a girl that explained her experience, as she said. I went to his house, we talked for a bit, and then he pushed me onto his bed. He had his woofer so loud that I could not scream. And she was forced into having sex, and she ended up becoming pregnant. That was her first time having sex. Yeah, so in conclusion, these factors that are associated with teenage pregnancy are very complex and operate at multiple levels. And as such, there is need for collaborative effort from all stakeholders to come up with creative, inclusive, and effective ways to curb the increasing cases of teenage pregnancy. Recommendation, there is also need for peer counseling programs for teens to provide them with accurate information about contraceptives, because as it is, the information that they have is either incorrect or no information at all about contraceptives. Parents should also be empowered to better communicate with their girls on sexual matters. And this communication should start early as 10 years, to enable them have sufficient information so that they can make informed choices. Yeah, so we would like to acknowledge our partners. We would like to acknowledge the Swedish government agency and as well as the APHRC for funding and as well as support during this whole process of data collection and also up to this point that we are right now. Thank you very much. That's the end of the presentation.
So those are some of the reasons why girls are getting pregnant. However, when they get pregnant, what happens? So we call on Barry to tell us about how pregnancy leads to social exclusion of girls in the community.
Yeah, so my name is Beryl Machoka. I participated in this study from the data collection stage to the report writing and manuscript writing stage. So we look at adolescent pregnancy and social exclusion of girls in Korogocho, Nairobi, Kenya. So the presentation roadmap will be on the study background, methods, findings, then the conclusion and recommendation. So we found that about 15% of pregnant and parenting girls commence childbearing before they reach 19 years of age. These pregnancies lead to social exclusions that have very dire repercussions for their health and socioeconomic well-being. I know you might ask yourselves, what is social exclusion? So social exclusion is a process. It's a process that causes disparities in terms of excluding people from social participation in their societies, in the activities that take place in their societies. So why did we conduct this study? Why did we focus on social exclusions? It's because while we have looked at adolescent pregnancies, the causes and the effects, we have failed, we have not placed much focus on the forms of social exclusions that these adolescent, pregnant and parenting adolescent girls undergo. So the objective of this study was to examine how these pregnancies result in the educational, health, economic, and social exclusions of these girls. Lynette had talked about the methods. We did 62 interviews, but for this paper or for this topic, we only used 52 interviews, where we excluded we left out 10 boys. That will be in another presentation. Next slide. So the findings. So I'll present this topic in terms of, I've told you social exclusion is a cycle. It happens as a process. So adolescent pregnancy initiated a very vicious cycle of exclusion for these girls. This cycle started from the family level, whereby the family hostility was a major issue. Like the parents were very harsh when they found out that their girls had gotten pregnant. As a result, some of them were chased away from home. Others ran away from home. Again, you find that some of them withdrew both material and social support for these girls, who ended up also getting out of school because of that. Also in school, they faced ridicule, they were gossiped, and they were rejected by their other students and teachers. So, for example, as you can see there, there's a girl who is saying that the teachers were not so good to her. They excluded her in so many things. They were saying that she's pregnant, and they started ridiculing her, and they excluded her in other things that she was supposed to take part in. We also go to the next slide. In church, these girls were, next slide, please. Okay, I'll continue. So this exclusion not only happened in school, but it also happened in church. Let me not say church, but religion, because we had people from the Muslim religion, others were Christians. In church, in these religious establishments, they experienced rejection they were considered unclean, and others were even afraid of being seen by community members as they went to church. As a result, some of these girls stopped going to church after getting pregnant. Also in the community, or when they were interacting with their peers, these girls also experienced ridicule. They were ridiculed, they were gossiped. Other parents also warned their girls that you are not supposed to associate with this pregnant or parenting girl, because she's a bad influence. Some of them were being referred to as a bad influence. For example, as you can see there, one of them was saying that their friends were told not to associate themselves with me. My friends were told not to associate themselves with me. I will influence them into getting pregnant. That's they were excluded from their peers just because they got pregnant. In hospitals, now, community exclusion, the bad experience of these girls in the community, the gossip, all that ridicule, also led them to exclude themselves from accessing antenatal health care. Why? Because they were afraid. Some of them were afraid to go to the hospital because they were thinking, I'll go outside and I'll find someone, maybe my community members will see me going to the hospital, I'm pregnant, and they'll start ridiculing me. So they stayed at home, and most of them, you could find out that they started going to these antenatal care visits very late, maybe past five months. Also, they also experienced bad attitudes from the healthcare workers. Some of them were really they were really ridiculing them and discriminating them. They were really judging them about their pregnancies, as you can see in those quotes. Again, other patients or other mothers who were in the hospitals were also very discriminatory towards these girls, and as a result, they were also afraid of going to the hospitals. Next slide. Now, why this is the conclusion, And we find out that these findings, they have wide implications for these girls, for their economic empowerment. Like most of them dropped out of school. Like most of them were not in school at the time we were doing the research. So the implications were, in terms of economic empowerment, we had educational underachievement, unemployment, and low-paid work. They also working in very menial jobs. Some of them were doing sex work, others were washing clothes for people. And that's something that we really need to look at. Again, these findings have implications for gender equality. When a girl gets pregnant, she's the main caregiver for that baby. And once you do that, you miss out on so many opportunities. We have mental health. Some of them, the social isolations led to stress and depression among these girls. So it has a mental health implication. Then healthcare access. I've talked about going to hospitals. So again, it has implications for healthcare access. Now, what do we need to do? The recommendation we need for this study was that we need to have policies and sensitization campaigns for both at the community level, family level, school level, maybe in religious establishments, to make sure that these girls are not excluded, to make sure that these girls are accepted in the community and across all these levels. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, there's a lot that happened at the clinic beyond the exclusions you spoke about. Let me just give you a brief statistics. Because again, there are two components to this study. There is the quantitative component and then there's qualitative component. So in the quantitative component, we asked them about their experiences in clinic, and about a whooping 1 in 3 reported some form of abuse in the clinic. 7.5% of them reported being slapped, beaten in the clinic by health providers. You should look surprised, isn't it? Yeah, 7% of them reported that, of course. That is huge. Verbal abuse was common. About 26.7% reported verbal abuse in clinic. What about stigma and discrimination? Especially discrimination on basis of age. About 15% of them reported discrimination. Neglect and abandonment. In fact, about 10% of them pushed their baby out by themselves with no health worker present. That's neglect. Privacy, about 1 in 4 said there was no privacy in the clinic. And then detainment, about 16.5% of them were detained because they could not pay. Either detained or their baby was detained in the clinic. So those are just some of the experiences from the quantitative results. And of course, it has implication for overall satisfaction. About these girls that reported all these forms of abuse were more likely to, report that they were not satisfied with the care they received, that they were never going to give birth in that hospital or recommend the hospital to their friends. So, but again, to talk more about some of the challenges that prevented them from seeking antenatal care, I'll call on hand and to take us through the findings.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Acheng. I'll be taking you on the barriers that young adolescents are facing in accessing antenatal care services in Korogosho, Nairobi County. Okay, so we know that every pregnant woman needs access to antenatal care, which is care given to pregnant women before they give birth. And this care is more critical for adolescents because, as according to WHO, all pregnancies under 19 years is considered as high risk. And some of the risks involved in adolescent pregnancies include eclampsia or preeclampsia, low birth weight for the baby, and among others, including maternal mortality. So it's very important for these adolescent girls to access antenatal care to prevent such issues, especially maternal mortality. This study, the objective of this study is to describe the barriers that adolescents face when it comes to antenatal care, and we use the Anderson's behavioral model for health utilization. So, okay, the study used the method as previously explained, but for this specific one, we used the data from the adolescent girls, facility providers, community health volunteers, and public health officers. So on to the findings. We structured the findings into 4 major areas: the predisposing factors, the organizational factors, need factors, and societal factors that these girls experience as barriers to antenatal care. So I'll start with the predisposing factors. These are factors such as age, by adolescents being below 19 years, between 10 to 19. Just by being adolescents, they experience low autonomy in decision making, such as in decisions to when to seek antenatal care or where to seek this care from. So just by being adolescents, they do not know. And you can see from the first quote, the girl says that she could not imagine just going to the facility with a big stomach. And lack of knowledge of antenatal care is also another barrier at this level, and also late discovery of pregnancy and acknowledgement of the pregnancy. So in our study, we found that most of the adolescents discover their pregnancy through other people. Like other people are telling them, you look pregnant. That's when they're like, oh, so I might be pregnant. You see, and by that time, the pregnancy has already advanced. Okay, the second one is societal factors. So these are factors such as social stigma that girls face. As you know, teenage pregnancy is associated with very high social stigma, and these girls will say they experience feelings of shame and guilt just by themselves, and through these feelings, they ended up isolating themselves and just staying in the house. This isolation led them not even to want to be seen going to the hospital, and some of them reported that they could only come out at night. They couldn't even leave the house during the day, and antenatal care facilities are not open at night, so they couldn't access these services. So another key factor that came out was unstable families and family issues. So some of the girls were staying with their guardians or step parents who were not keen in taking care of them. So upon discovery of the pregnancy, they couldn't be advised or taken to this to get the necessary care. And then others were chased away from home after the parents discovered of their pregnancy. So, and others, the parents withdrew support, especially financial support to them. And since they lacked this support, they couldn't seek antenatal care. They were just struggling to survive. So antenatal care was not a priority at that point. As you can see on a quote, one of the girls was saying that the father could see her and click, and they were not talking for a long time. So the next one is organizational factors. These are the barriers within the facility level or at the facility level. And one of the key factors was the patient-provider communication. How is this adolescent communicating with the provider? Is she able to express herself? Is she able to give the right information on when her last period was? So that was most of the girls could not express themselves well to the providers, and it hindered them from going to the facility. And then the provider's attitude, as you've heard from the data that we had, most providers had a bad attitude or were using stigmatizing or discriminating words to these young adults, as you can see in those quotes. And then privacy was lacking, and confidentiality within the facility because of the wide space and various providers serving people at the same time. Fee charges was also a challenge, as well as high workload in health facilities, which led to these young girls being bundled up with older women. Therefore, they could not express themselves. Finally, we had need factors, which included the girls just lacking need or the agency to go to hospital. They just did not see the importance of going to antenatal care, or they could not evaluate their risk and seek that care that is required. Lastly, in the conclusion, we have seen that pregnant adolescents really require antenatal care, and despite their risk in pregnancy, they cannot access this. So we recommend that the girls, there is need for specialized care for these adolescents, and providers also need training to get to give the proper care for the adolescents. And lastly, there is need for community engagement for adolescent SRH education. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Valeria Obure, and I'm going to present. So my topic basically is about pregnancy-induced stressors among adolescent girls. We realize that most of the time the government is mainly focused on, so there is the topic, adolescent pregnancy-induced stressors and psychological distress among pregnant and parenting girls in urban informal settlements in Kenya. So majorly you realize that the government mainly focuses on reducing pregnancy among adolescent girls, but very little focus is on now the girls are already pregnant. Now, what do we do going forward? Like, the girls are already pregnant, because we can't assume that they are not getting pregnant. But now the mental health that comes with it, the mental health problem that comes with it after the girl has gotten pregnant through to giving birth, because you know childbearing is a serious barrier to adolescent career advancement, and also in educational advancement, and socially it affects them because of the stigma that surrounds them. So we using the data that we have, we considered using Mayer's way of reasoning, or rather the concept on theory on stresses, and we are going to discuss the findings using through the lenses of externalized and internalized stressors. Yeah, so as mentioned earlier, I know the method section has been covered, but I used data from 20 pregnant girls and 20 parenting girls, and 2 of them were pregnant. So in total, there were 22. So externalized stressors are mainly stressors from the community, from the peers, from the partner of the girl, from the church, from generally the environment of the young girl. So we realize that when the girl gets pregnant, they get a lot of, most of the time they are stressed, and the stress comes from the parents who are supposed to be their support system, and also the peers who are supposed to be their support system. So they get a lot of being blamed for being pregnant. They're judged. More often you find that they're also isolated. And parents even warn their daughters or children against interacting with these young girls. So in most cases, they experience a lot of rejection, neglect. Their parents withdraw financial support and emotional support, and this has a lot of impact on the girl's mental well-being. So when this girl has received all these externalized stressors, which I've mentioned, were rejection, the neglect, the being blamed, and they're also, being isolated, people don't want to associate with them, they tend to internalize these stressors. So when they internalize these stressors, it affects how they behave socially, or how they go out there to even to socialize with people out there. The freedom of movement is limited because, as mentioned earlier by my colleague, even going to the clinic is a problem because they only go out at night. And in most cases, you'll find them wearing big things because they feel shame, they feel embarrassed to even walk out there. They get a lot of stress. But before we go to the during the internalizing all these things, they face a lot of economic and financial stress, as I mentioned earlier. So parents having withdrawn to support them financially, it makes them maybe go out there to find other ways. And this is a young girl who is just trying to fend for herself and also fend for the child that she's carrying, or the child that she already has. So some of them have to, as quoted there, some of them have to take loans which have very high interest so that they can survive. And this is this causes mentally, it is a mental stressor to them. So as I mentioned earlier about internalized stressors, I think I covered that. The girls feel shame, embarrassed, they feel guilty. There's a lot of self-blame. They're disappointed in themselves. You will hear them more often saying, I am wrong, I made a mistake, and I shouldn't be like this. So they tend to internalize all these stressors. So some of the symptoms of, next slide, mental distress symptoms, you see them most of the time, you'll find them you'll realize they are lonely. They may cry sometimes. There's a lot of sadness. They're moody most of the time. And a lot of them mention that they lost a lot of weight because of the stress that comes with it, and also because of the fact that they didn't even have enough food. They're depressed, and they have a lot of sleepless nights because they keep wondering why them, and why them. There's a lot of they consider self-harm. Some of them consider committing suicide, and some of them also try to seek abortion services, but they can't because of the financial reasons, and this causes them to have a lot of suicidal thoughts, or just withdraw and keep away from people. Yeah. Yeah, so in conclusion, I would say that pregnant and parenting girls in the usually pregnant and parenting girls in urban informal settlements, they face significant mental health challenges, as indicated earlier. And this increases the mental breakdown, most of them, and loss of lives, as I mentioned earlier, and severe depression, as I mentioned earlier. So in conclusion, I would say that pregnant and parenting girls, they need this they need social support at the end of the day. So the government maybe should focus more on maybe introducing or maybe strengthening. Anton, you can go to the next slide, please. The government should focus more on strengthening the already existing strategies, the interventions that are already there. They should ensure strengthening these services that are already there, and also maybe create awareness, like talk to these parents and maybe involve them so that they can know how to talk to their children when the young girl is now pregnant. They should know how to handle a young girl who is pregnant. So there's the parental and parents and girls kind of relationship should be made in a way. They should know how to relate to these girls as well. Yeah. Next.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Mukabana, and I'll be presenting on the barriers to and facilitators of school reentry among pregnant and parenting adolescents. A study we did in Korogocho. So maybe I could start. So adolescent pregnancy is a common phenomena in informal settlements, and this is heightened by the increased poverty levels in the informal settlements. And we can agree that one pregnancy is one too many. So some of the drivers of the early childbearing in the Korogocho, we have poverty, of course, I've alluded to that. We have vulnerability to sexual violence. Some of them maybe are raped. We have deterrent SRH policies that are not maybe inclusive to these adolescent girls. We also have insufficient knowledge on contraceptive measures, maybe on how they could prevent pregnancy. Okay, so the problem statement for this paper is increased adolescent childbearing due to COVID-19. So when COVID-19 came, there were increased cases of adolescent pregnancy. And this, maybe in Korogocho, we had over 412 cases. And this sort to these adolescent girls dropping out of school, and most of the times you could find that they're engaging in menial jobs or domestic jobs just to provide for their babies. The objective of the paper is to assess the factors that hinder or facilitate school re-entry among pregnant and parenting adolescents. Methods, so okay, I'll move straight to the results. So on the school re-entry, so we had a proportion of the pregnant and parenting adolescents. So that's 91%, sorry, it's not showing. So 91% were not in school at the time of survey, so these are many. 42% of the pregnant and parenting adolescents would like to go back to school, but then there were barriers or maybe hindrances for them to go back to school. So maybe like you could see their quote. A girl says that she wants to go back to school so that she could achieve her dreams, and she just wants to go back to school to have a bright future. Next slide. So we also asked them about the school re-entry policy, and 55%, just slightly half of the pregnant and parenting adolescents knew about the school re-entry policy. Like when you get pregnant, they can go back to school. Next, so we have the barriers to school re-entry. One, lack of childcare support. So maybe a girl was asking, if I go back to school, who will I leave my baby with? Who will take care of the child? We have poverty, I've alluded to that. So the parent is saying they're not able to have enough income to take their children back to school. So that becomes a challenge. We have a lack of parental support. So the parent maybe had trust in their adolescent girl. So when they lose the trust of, dropping out of school, then the parent loses, that confidence of taking them back to school because they feel like there would be a repeat pregnancy. There's fear of being stigmatized and being discriminated. So for example, a teacher would tell the girl, maybe you're embarrassing our school, you've become pregnant, you see. So such comments are quite stigmatizing. We also have worry about their child's welfare. So for example, like there a girl is saying, would they see me as a student? Would they see me as a mother? So yeah, some of the barriers there. Next slide. We have facilitators of school re-entry. So we have parental, financial, and childcare support. So if these girls are able to get the financial support they need, some of them are willing to go back to school, and also childcare support who will look after their child. So this is important to consider. Two, we have the desire to change their circumstances. So I've talked about a girl saying she wants to go back to school to change her circumstance, to change her situation. Also, we have counseling and encouragement. Some girls were talking about like they were recommending sessions after schools close. Like they could be talked to by maybe a community-based organization, these institutions, maybe like church, the teachers, to just organize and educate them further and maybe cancel them. Resilience in hostile school environment. So some pregnant and parenting adolescents were talking about maybe establishing establishing a special school for the pregnant and parenting adolescents, just so that they cannot experience this stigmatization. Others were talking about maybe being given breastfeeding breaks if they are studying close to the school, so that they can, get to continue the education. Last one there is aspiration to provide for their babies. So like the last comment there, so this girl is saying she has a plan to go back to school to study, and so that the baby or maybe the child can have a bright future. So in conclusion, so increased childcare, financial, parental, counseling support will encourage pregnant and parenting adolescents to go back to school and also remain in school. For the recommendations, so one, we maybe programs that support pregnant and parenting adolescents, such as cash transfers, to enable them to provide childcare support for the girls. 200 transition policy. So this policy is there, but we want it to, or maybe we are urging this policy to target more of the pregnant and parenting adolescent girls, so that when they get pregnant, they feel welcome to go back to school. Comprehensive sexual education and contraception. So when they've gotten the pregnancy, this recommendation is good because it will enable to prevent repeat pregnancies. And the last one is school sensitization, to respect, like these girls to be respected in schools, maybe so that they cannot encounter stigmatization and discrimination. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maureen Atieno. I'll be speaking I'm the girl who is going to speak for the boys. My colleagues have spoken for the girl. I'm going to stand in for the boys now. So my topic will explore the lived experience of boys in Korogocho. These adolescent fathers, we're going to explore why they become fathers at that early age, their involvement in the life of the baby and the girlfriend, and overall their aspirations and how they feel about fatherhood. So that's my topic, and this is a qualitative inquiry into the lived experience of adolescent fathers in Korogocho, Kenya. Next. Yeah, so the methods have been, that's my roadmap. So I'll do the introduction, the methods, the results, and then recommendation and conclusions. So like I said, in introduction, this study is exploring the experience of the fathers or the adolescent fathers in Korogocho, this part in Kenya. So let's move. The methods have been spoken about. So this study was conducted in Korogocho, and we got the findings from 10 boys. So those are the characteristics of the boys when they dropped out of school, their ages, whatever they're doing, who they lived with, and their occupation at this current, as at now. So you can see what they were doing. So from the findings, these are what we got. The reason why they become pregnant too early, we found that there's poor knowledge on contraceptives. For instance, the boys rely so much on the girls to make sure they don't get pregnant. And you find that the boys will tell you, we don't know about that information. We only see it on the VCT. When we go to VCT, we see the posters. So that's it. So there was also drug and substance abuse. Most of them start using drugs as early as 15, 16 Yeah, so there was also peer pressure, and there was lack of supervision by both parents and the teachers. So you find that a girl or a boy would miss school a whole month, and there was no communication from the school. The teacher would not communicate to the parent. The parent doesn't even know if the boy doesn't go to school, and they leave home to go to school. The next was the community and the family reactions. So those are some of the reactions that were coming out. When the community, their parents or their friends or people around them, this is how they reacted. So there are people who gossip them, there are people who ridicule them, there are people who showed hate, there are some of the parents were angry, some of the community members supported them, and then there are some fathers surprisingly were happy that their boys were fathers, and then there are parents who never reacted at all. I think that is also, that could be a reaction. No reaction could be a reaction too. So the effects of pregnancy to these young fathers, they had to drop out of school. So you find that now they had to drop out. Some dropped out at Form 2 to make sure they fend for their girls. Some started using drugs, and then there were some who were isolated. Other parents would tell their boys, please don't work with the other boy because he made a certain girl pregnant. So they are isolated, they are not working with their friends the way they used to work. And they had a lot of financial constraint, considering now they have to provide for the baby, the girlfriend is demanding and everything. Some of them even had to go through mental distress, stress and stuff. So this is how they were involved in the lives of their babies and their girlfriends. So they provided basic and sometimes health needs support, money for the clinic here and there, money for x-ray. For the two who lived with their girlfriends, even provided support for daily house chores, because during pregnancy, it's a first pregnancy for these girls. They're also not aware of how to conduct, they feel pain and those moods, so according to them, they provided the support. There was financial support, because when they dropped, they had to go look for a job and now finance the baby and the girlfriend. And then there are ones who are jobless, so these ones did not support at all. There was no support, because honestly, where could they get the money to support their girlfriend? So when we asked about how they feel about fatherhood, these are what they told us. Some of them said they feel fulfillment, they become daddies, and their babies call them daddies. And some also said that now they feel respected, because in the community, when you become a father, you're now respected. There is more respect. Now you're called Daddy Nani or Father Babaya Nani. And then some people also reported that there was improved family relationships. At the beginning, when they made the girl pregnant, there was a lot of confusion, a lot of reaction, like we talked about the isolation. But after the baby came now, there was improved. Now the mother would ask, how are you doing? How is the baby? Now the parents started coming back kidogo kidogo. These are some of the challenges they face as adolescent fathers. They have a lot of financial constraints. Even the jobs they get are not good jobs. They are very, 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 how do I call them, menial jobs. So whatever they earn is not even enough. And some of them still live with their parents. They have to provide at home and provide to the family of the girl. And that is, I think that is a challenge to them. There are lack of job opportunities, considering the boys are only between 15 and 19. Some of them don't even have IDs, so they are not even able to secure good jobs. So there are no jobs for these people. There's also ignorance about how to take care of the pregnancy of the baby. Considering there is no experience, they don't even know what to do. When the woman is laboring, they're wondering, so what do I do? When the girlfriend has pain on the back, they're wondering, how do I do? When the baby cries at night, some of them also just sit there and wonder, so what am I supposed to do? Because they do not know. They have no experience. We asked about their aspirations, and some of them told us they really want their children to get good education, and they don't wish their children go through the same thing they went through. And the ones who don't live with their girlfriends and the babies say they want to improve their life and go take responsibilities, start taking care of the baby and the girlfriend. Some of them wanted to enroll for a course, wengine start a business or look for a job. And then we had a few who wanted to move from the slum Korogocho. According to them, they said, you see, if I continue living here, I don't think my life is going to improve. I wish I get a job and get out of this space. Yeah. So these are the recommendations. I would urge all the policymakers and the health practitioners to come together and work closely with adolescent boys with the information regarding contraceptives and sexual reproductive health services. Please, let's target these boys with this information. They are honestly clueless. And the government should also come with opportunities that can help these kids or these boys with the skills that are going to help them get jobs and improve on their lives. Finally, let's do more research and get to understand the lived experience of boys in other sections, because I think this is the only study that has been done in Kenya about the lived experience for the boys. So thank you, and that's the end of my presentation.
So thank you for listening. We may not be able to take questions because we are really out of time, but feel free to engage with them and ask your questions and see how you can, plug in and be part of the study. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, APHRC, for that. And I think, honestly, that session was very insightful, that they actually deserve another round of applause, and a good one this time. Personally, I really enjoyed it. I think one of the things that really stuck to me is the inclusivity. I think I was just thinking to myself, most of the times, we think and hear about teenage mom, but then we never think about teenage fathers. And I think that was quite interesting, yeah? And I hope with the recommendations and all what we've had, I hope we've really internalized, and we are all planning to do our part in whichever way possible to help people who have gotten children as adolescents. So both teenage moms and teenage fathers, okay? So now, I know we're all tired and we need a break. So that's the nicest time of the day. We are about to go for tea break. So just before tea break, a reminder of where the washrooms are. Again, the washrooms are on this side. So we have them on this floor behind the white board right there. Then ground floor, the same side, and upstairs, the same side. To access the stairs for going up, you'll go outside and then you'll turn to your right. The stairs are on your right, yeah? So for break, because of time, we are going to have a 15-minute tea break. So you'll just go serve your tea and then you'll come have it while seated, yeah? So that we can continue going with the program and so that we're able to, have more insightful sessions, okay? Okay, have a nice tea break.
Reproductive health is a state of complete physical, mental, social and emotional well-being regarding reproductive system and not merely being without disease.
So reproductive health will come in before pregnancy. So before pregnancy will be divided into adolescents and then the people who are in the childbearing age. And then after that will be the women who are pregnant. And then after that will be then the post-pregnancy and on to menopausal and death with dying. So how we manage all that is under the reproductive part of the patient.
While picking the mind of a cross-section of the general public on this matter, there seems to be a wide range of understanding on this subject.
Kwangu I think ni watu waweze kujipanga, labda wakiweza kupata watoto wapange zile miaka ambazo watachukua ndio wapate mtoto mwingine, vitu kama hizo.
ni kujichunga on a basis whereby una avoid early pregnancies, una avoid risky situations zenye zinaweza ku destroy your life.
To make sure uko okay physically, mentally, and sexually if you come to reproduction.
This information is critical to everyone who seeks to understand their body in order to make the right decision regarding their sexual and reproductive health.
Most of us don't.
Kwa karatasi na anaweka kwa box. Issues, matters health need very concerted effort where people come and really engage what the issues are rather than politicizing issues.
If Kenya is to fulfill its international obligations on the right to health for all, as well as attain the maternal health-related sustainable development goals, resources must be proactively allocated to support the most vulnerable and underserved segments of the population, including women with disability. Reproductive health is a state of complete physical, mental, social and emotional well-being regarding reproductive system and not merely being without disease.
So reproductive health will come in before pregnancy. So before pregnancy will be divided into adolescents and then the people who are in the childbearing age. And then after that will be the women who are pregnant. And then after that will be then the post-pregnancy and on to menopausal and death with dying. So how we manage all that is under the reproductive part of the patient.
While piquing the mind of a cross-section of the general public on this matter, there seems to be a wide range of understanding on this subject.
Kwangu I think ni watu waweze kujipanga, labda wakiweza kupata watoto wapange zile miaka ambazo watachukua na wapate mtoto mwingine, vitu kama hizo.
Ni kujichunga on a basis whereby una avoid early pregnancies, una avoid too risky situations zenye zinaweza ku destroy your life.
To make sure uko okay physically, mentally and sexually if it comes to reproduction.
This information is critical to everyone who seeks to understand their body in order to make the right decision regarding their sexual and reproductive health.
Most of us don't even understand what is sexual reproductive health, especially women and girls with disabilities. And this is majorly because the information is, how do I put it? It's in a platform where only a few who are literate can access, but those who are illiterate cannot access. For example, I can say way back before, persons with disabilities were not taken to school. So that majorly tells you that people who are older than me have no access to this information.
We don't have any legislation on reproductive health. In 2014, then nominated Senator Judith Sijani sponsored a reproductive health bill that was shot down by our male-dominated parliament.
Hello.
In 2019, Senator Susan Kihika, who is now governor, sponsored another bill, and that was thrown out because of a technical.
Rico Makengo, Mamila Duso, Wachama, Dachama, Fechama, Chachama, Nikutanduna Tumumamba, Unigohanga Mazaka Veno, Nokofe, Yamami, Wika Song. Kayembe, Shentemba, Polkatea. Wachama, Dachama, Fechama, Chachama, Nikudanduna Tumumamba, Micheline Mukendi, Yo Pasteur Mubimba, Olanda Makamanzambe Teka, Olanda Kabasi Abato. Osala bandingiro pastel soni. Nikutanduna tumumamba, unigohanga mazaka meno. Mbuta di mbuta, susunjama. Sans souci, mobile amado beau frère. Bolingwe riva ele kinga bangu, nga moto nazana nuko. Bolikongo chani, amato hanta. Makola na nenge niniye. Yamando, kama manikolo. Kechupi. Nanu na telemite Jalma matobo d'America. Ngai poto na banga kaliwate. Ona yebi mokoleko ya ekokuta. Ngana maboko na yo. Olikongo chani. Omema ngariva. Amato hanta. Olemba komema. lolo babwaki yo wapi papa lolo babwaki yo wapi na mokili bandimaka moto te osangelaka liyaka tuka mokili leka balanda yo ebalezanga mikuwa baboti yo koti na libumba bandoki bakitiseli yo miso papa lolo babwaki yo wapi papa lolo babwaki yo wapi So I love you, Papa Lolo, Baba Kio Apie, Papa Lolo, Baba Kio Apie. Jean-Pierre Sa, l'enfant de Dieu. Bonheur, Yango. Your design, Mapema. alokisa seske mama oza koyoka ngai yeye buto lelo nalali te oyoyo esami kopeta kotuta kominga nyonso mpo napemisaka ye kitunga na chateau rouge eske nasalaki mabe mama Grand Hôtel de Kinshasa alo braza bamama boza koyoka ngai yeye buto lelo nalali te oyoyo esami kotuta kobeta koboma ngai nyonso mpo namemisaka ye kitunga na chateau rouge eske nasalaki mabe mama Emani le Grand na Houston esami sangia kobetanga lokola kokunda na edimwere soki okimi ya bambi yo libanga erataka te bambo bayeba ye o roki de 4 soba de soba wiki na ye mabe o ekomisa ye tikikwiti akomaka bite na masuwa libongo nyonso se ye mwasi wileko 12 malin l'esprit à Dieu. Masamba yese otikala setata ya bana omoninga na moto kopusate na kolunga esika na pake ya ngai nzoto se mokoyo Jules Bavo Mwamu biso baoyo tosalaka la na ntango ya bameze biso baoyo tosalaka la na ntango ya bapekose biso baoyo tosalaka la na ntango ya bakajose saksakulu tika na bena nzoto tembe yo lalani ye monamu président Flore apenela monamu napikaka yo na motema nanga monima odeserwa peuple tala babuki ngolamunanga nono sozino empresario amu na moningonga ekoki toka bwana naluka nanga okazo de rope soki mwa problème na debosele mwana yanga tonto das mampuya tanga bamula tofaniye ifuta na zile loka caravana awa kosala moye kisa libalo yose miserlake otikala setata ya bana omoninga na moto okusala te nakoluka esika na pake ya ngai nzoto se mokoyo Letis Madilu sisa papa asesi l'empereur Tchacho Mbala Khashoggi banyame ebele lokola parapluie ata arrière epanzani mepesa mpe bolingo te le président Malik Towe très très fort Yoyo Clinton à Abidjan à Sauce associé na ngai tala ndenge monoko eboyi lokuta erefule epai ya miso miso mpe lokola yalobaka te atangisi te mai yibi mobimba koteli ngai na midi yayibi kaka mbeto nasala nini bolingo ezali lokola lisano ya nintendo epatika makase epai nyonso kize ezali meyosali nini yibinga mbeto yobosani kana mpe tapi mpe ezali meyo yibi utiage yobosani artisan de sheri na ngai Tchacho Mbala sheri na ngai lobaka na ngai bolingo yanga na yo ataliweka kabola te pourkua yo bongoli motema likolo likambo moke papa odirokananga utakala Tchacho Mbala odirokangelanga kana na motema le procureur Jean Mukenge Yadedi Kinsala mon colonel Rouse Major Delphin Chacho na kanisa kibali mama zalaki ya solo Soko kosa kanana kanisa kibali mama zalaki ya solo Chacho profite la faiblesse pour moïbe kotelinga na ndako na midi na sali bozoba portable et chiffre mon kweso ne paya otomo susu nalingaki na ere ndako moyibi abolimo akoti pardon sheri jacokomisi ngai valise namema nani naboya nani tombola bwaka mpe ngwanzu ya poto mpe ezali sheri yakozwana ngaye yokomisanga lejour yo sokolaka navanda na poso na yo chacho pesi ngai aside yamoni mondoki nde retard nakufa natika ye yasala vi na ye yakominga bolingo esalaka mpasi ye malila pandu Francis Kankone Jafa Mulasa Arsene Kamango Mami il est la Chirigawa Ado Transbar, Kojo Transbar Sommet des sommets Tambola na chemise en plein hiver Bena kotoko nyoso Mpa je t'aime oyona lobelaki yo Eleki konjige Zamerbe doni na vya mobola nebeli Complisho renverso Yango saliri tourna motima Opera sommet Suzela tisinga mato yango Bolingo esalaka pasi Wanga fils de l'homme Noël piolani otikangara Volema wanango Dede Jasco Mama ekomi ofek souffrir Naza avocate Eske mama yo mabe Nesali Nayeba wawawa Emananga lara Bolingo esalaka pasi Bienvenue mon commande Frère Edouard apimelaka moto koseka na kolela te frère Edouard soki ngolo ayebisi yo ke ngando aza malade ndimela ye mpo bango nyonso bavandaka na mai.
This is Street Vibe DJ Fabian 254.
Bakolamuka na tongo koluka mapa na boulangerie bango nde balamusaka biso ntongo esi etani bamama mapa sasa akosana bino ke bino bato bolamusaka biso na tongo po bandeke na basoso babandaki kolamusa biso na tongo babunga o sana bota maranga mokolo yenga yango mpe na mesa na kosambela mikolo misakela mingo na pokwanga na mesana kokende mesi nanga mpo na lula nzambe yoka misiki yamutuna biso tali Franco de mi amor, tes petits frères te rendent hommage.
Hello, my name is Angela Lambiro. I'm a member of Respekt. Hi, and I'm Sharon Kipto. I'm a member of Respekt in Lorient chapter. And from the 13th to the 17th of March, we will be having a series of conferences, and one of our events will be reconceptualizing SRHR as a shared responsibility among men and women while enhancing women engagement.
Hi guys.
Yes, now as we prepare for the conference, today we are going to engage with males in our community who want to know what's their opinion on period shaming and period poverty. So come with us.
Start with video submission from our Eldoret chapter. They went to the streets to, our theme in Eldoret was promoting male engagement in SRHR. So in a bit to try and understand what people are talking about with regards with SRHR on the ground, we went to the streets and interviewed a couple of participants from all walks of life, just to try and gauge their understanding about what exactly SRHR is and how males can be more engaged within that SRHR space. So we'll queue up this short video and then we can proceed with the keynote address for the day. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angela Lambiro. I'm a member of Respekt. Hi, and I'm Sharon Kipto. I'm a member of Respekt in Lorient chapter. And from the 13th to the 17th of March, we will be having a series of conferences, and one of our events will be reconceptualizing SRHR as a shared responsibility among men and women while enhancing women engagement. Yes, now as we prepare for the conference, today we are going to engage with males in our community. We want to know what's their opinion on period shaming and period poverty. So come with us.
Najua inafanyika mara moja kwa mwezi, inachukua siku 3, 3 to 4 days. That is what I can say.
My name is Mackenzie Elvis. I'm a businessman. I'm IT by profession. I'll try to reach out to a lady who is nearby. It feels awkward to me, like going direct to the girl and telling her that you have blood on my... No, it was mother to girl relationship. You couldn't even notice. something going on.
I think 50 to 70 shillings. Bado iko juu inafaa ikuwe affordable so that every girl child anaweza afford, tusikuwe na hizi cases za early pregnancies na teenagers kuingilia early relationships and marriages. So I think inafaa ikuje chini. In fact hata inafaa ipeanwe free.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa George. Mimi ni taxi driver hapa Eldoret, na maoni yangu kuhusu sanitary pads ama sanitary towels ni ya kwamba mimi naonelea kwa wamama wa provide hiyo vitu zikiwe free, kwa sababu yenye nafanya niseme hivyo, kama for men wanaweza providea condoms free, why not women wapewe sanitary pads free? Yeah.
Now, from my business, most of my clients, most of our vendors here are ladies. See, so from time to time, I've had requests to have like maybe pads here, even if I'm selling. But I saw it fit not to do that and try to give out back to the community from all these businesses that have partnered with us. I think we all have a role to play, but in trying to sensitize the community, trying to get them to know more about how the body of a woman works, I think it's better if we incorporate more men to come out speak about it, so that we don't have the period shaming or anything that comes with it.
Men should be involved very much, either to contribute to these studies so that they can overcome this problem.
Most of the people, they cannot afford. Sasa hivi the economy imekuwa mbaya. That is what I can say. So if the government can chip in to reduce the price ama watoe tax for pads, that one inaweza kusaidia.
Ni wajibu wetu.
Ni wajibu wetu.
Ni wajibu wetu.
So that was a short snippet of the conversations that we had in the Eldoret conference, just trying to improve inclusivity and male engagement within every SRHR conversation that we have. So now we would like to proceed to our keynote address for the day. I'm going to invite on stage Mr. Thomas Nicolaj Hansen. He is coming from Denmark in Kenya, otherwise known as Danida. So a round of applause for Thomas.
Thank you so much for giving me the word. As mentioned, yes, my name is Thomas, and I work here at the Danish Embassy in Kenya, in Nairobi. And I'm so happy that you mentioned that it's the same thing as Danida. A lot of people think that Danida is a very nice organization working elsewhere in town, and we're just the embassy. But we are, thank God, also Danida. I'm a little bit of an outlier in the row of speakers this morning. When looking at myself, I'm no longer young. I do feel young, but I am now in my 40s. I'm not a doctor. We have listened to many doctors this morning, nor a teacher, nor a student. I'm not a Kenyan. I come from Denmark. But nonetheless, I feel very much at home. I feel very comfortable here. One of the reasons I feel comfortable and at home is that in my country, the way we spell respect is exactly like this, with a K. So this goes directly to heart what we are talking about, the dignity of people and the respect for each and every one. Before I get cracking on the topic, let me just very briefly take you back to my country, Denmark, and my adolescence. Because believe it or not, I was also once young and even an adolescent. I was young, an adolescent in the 1980s, that is a while ago, and that happened exactly at the time when the world started learning about HIV/AIDS. So I remember being 12, 13 years old. I'm telling you this anecdote just to give you an idea about information about sexuality, contraceptives, how that played out in my country in the 80s, and how I felt extremely uncomfortable about that because I was only 13 years old at home in the living room with my mom and dad watching the television during the time when there was more and more awareness about HIV/AIDS. And in Denmark, information about HIV/AIDS and use of contraceptives, not least condoms, was full, 100%. Everywhere you would look, in the newspapers, in the television, in the high schools and the universities, there would be information. So I clearly remember being in the sofa, watching on the television with my mom and dad next to me, a couple almost getting to the sexual act, and all of a sudden the lady takes out a condom. And I was so embarrassed. I was looking for a table to crawl under or something, because watching that next to my parents was harsh for a 13-year-old boy. But that was me a long time ago. Also to say that how we treat these issues, these very difficult issues, is of course different from country to country, to culture to culture. I want to thank Respekt and your partners for inviting us here. For me, it's a pleasure. It's my second time to speak at a Respekt conference. I did so last time at the Carnivore restaurant. We are here because of many things. We are here because we are proud to be funding the work you are doing. It's a long chain of financing, but back home in Copenhagen, we have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, also called DANIDA, that provides funding to many NGOs, including what we call Danish Youth Council, that does a tremendous work in funding organizations like IMCC that we have here, that works, of course, closely with all the Kenyan partners that we are listening to here today. I would also say that the embassy provides more than just financial support. It is now, in my team, the second time I have an intern who actually also volunteers for Respekt. So Florence is right here. And the last time I was speaking to you, it was Laura, who was not only my intern, but also a volunteer for Respekt. It's not like a requirement to be an intern at the embassy to work as a volunteer for Respekt, but there happens to be a correlation, and maybe that's not so strange. Maybe it's because we at DANIDA believe so strongly in the work you do at Respekt, so naturally we also attract candidates that believe in these issues. So today's conference and the topic that we are addressing is so spot on. For us in DANIDA, on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we spend a lot of time addressing these issues in boardrooms in New York, in Geneva, and elsewhere. We have a lot of colleagues who are very gifted and very focused on negotiating international language on these rights and standards everywhere. And for us, that is a core part of our work, and of course it sets part of the frame for what we do here. But all of that work makes no sense if we don't hit the ground, if we don't make an impact in reality. And that is what we can see that Respekt is doing. So I think you should be very proud of yourself for that. And of course, the need, the relevance is obvious. I've listened with great interest to the presentations this morning, one speaker referring to the triple threat. So there can be no doubt about why we should stay committed. And I would say to Respekt and all your partners, what you do is difficult. And I have to say, I think you are brave in doing what you do. And only you can do it. We talked a lot about, even I had it in my speaking notes, nothing about us without us, seen from the youth perspective. I think striking the right balance and finding how we can go about improving information about life skills and sexuality education in a comprehensive way, it is only something that you can be able to translate into something that's meaningful in the different countries. on very solid international and Kenyan standards. I really appreciate the way in your material how you link this to the SDGs, and not least SDG 3.7. I don't need to read it to you, I'm sure you all know it. But it is a very powerful way of working. The SDGs is something all nations of the world have agreed to, so it makes a lot of sense to base it on that. Another thing, another basis I think that you're using in your work, or maybe could use even more, is of course the updates, the progress reports we get from the National Council for Population and Development. The very first commitment that Kenya has made on the ICPD, that Denmark was proud to co-host here in Nairobi in 2019, is exactly about the topics of today. And reading through the latest report that was only released by NCPD this year, there is a very interesting list of challenges that we are addressing. So I think the way NCPD sees this and the way you see it, there's a lot of commonalities. So please, if not already, please base your work also a lot on that, because working under the framework of the SDGs and under the work that is being done by NCPD under the ICPD commitments, that makes a lot of sense. We've seen a lot of research presented, and the strongest advocacy is the evidence-based advocacy. So again, big admiration for how you, we saw the evidence now from Korogocho, we've seen many others, and that is really a very, very powerful way of transmitting your messages to authorities and stakeholders everywhere. You're also doing a tremendous work in actually crafting awareness. We've just seen some interviews by random males in Eldoret, and not everyone is aware that actually I do have a right to go and claim services. So the whole awareness that you're creating here is fantastic. But what stands out more than anything else for me in the support that we have a small part in is what we, with a very maybe a technical word called localization. In Denmark there would be a concern if we run around funding Danish NGOs to come and tell the rest of the world how they should behave. What is happening here is that I see an incredibly strong rooting of this work in Kenya. Of course, there are also people from IMTC and others who try to contribute, but this is more than anything a Kenyan enterprise, and the way we see the chapters from different parts of the country and the young people speaking out, using their logos, etc. I think Respekt has come a very far way in really becoming a rooted, strongly Kenyan movement. So I really congratulate you on that, and that creates a strong basis for your work going forward. So as I've said, we at the Danish Embassy, we at Danida, we are just behind you. We are strong believers in the youth agenda. At the Embassy, we have our own youth sounding board to keep us on our toes, to make sure that we are working in the right direction. Only last week, we had a small role in the annual People's Dialogue Festival. Maybe some of you were there in Nairobi, but again, that was more than anything else a youth gathering, where topics like these are supposed to be discussed and raised by the youth of Kenya. And the whole issue of SRHR and health are very much at the heart of what we do. We have a very strong partnership with Population Services Kenya and the Gender Violence Recovery Center, Population Services International, under what is called Accelerate Program. And we will hear later today from our good friends from Population Services Kenya. But we are also, since many, many years, a strong partner and donor to the health sector in Kenya. So go to any level 3 or level 2 clinic or dispensary in this country, and you say Danida, and they will mostly light up in a smile, because we are doing our part to pay for some of the operations and maintenance costs. And it is exactly at those clinics, dispensaries, where if you look around, you will find the clinic for reproductive health and family planning. And this is where your work and our work comes together, and where we have to see if we can do even better on equipping the young people with the knowledge they need to make the choices for their life. Because of course, we are all equal. We all have the rights to education, information, the services, so that we can all, we saw the stories from the girls that end up in teenage pregnancy. But we need to be able to create a future for ourselves, and we must leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Thomas. I think he deserves another round of applause. Okay. So we are going to continue with our program. So first of all, I just wanted to say everyone is looking so beautiful, and the people who went with the theme, I'm seeing so many African outfits in the room from various regions, and I just wanted to say thank you for adhering to the attire, and you all look so good. And as you can see, my MC here did not let us down. He wore on behalf of both of us. So I'm represented. He wore on behalf of both of us. And I know, I was just thinking, I was looking at the various outfits and I was just trying to figure out, okay, for this one, I wonder what the inspiration was. And since I can ask all of you, I was just going to ask him. I know he's looking good, yeah? He is. He really is. And I was just
Those
wondering.
crickets are very, very loud.
And I was just really wondering. I was just like, because I cannot ask all of you what your inspiration is, but if you see me, I'm very curious what some of the inspirations for the outfits are. And I was just thinking, Mr. MC, can you just tell us what the inspiration behind this was?
Yeah, sure. Mine is not a very long story. Mine was really just inspired by Kabaka Mutesa the First. I'm sure everybody who went through the whole social studies system went through it and knew who he was. The reason that I wanted to wear after him was because hapa tumekuja kutesa or nonaje. Yeah, so that really was it, Brenda. That was the whole inspiration behind it.
Wow, thank you. Now I know. So we are going to go on to the next segment. And for this one, I'm going to invite someone from the African Population and Health Research Center, APHRC, the same organization that was here just before tea. And I'm going to invite Mr. Peter Rock Murioki. Please let's clap for him as he comes forward.
Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I've been a teacher before, so if my students don't answer back, I have to emphasize that was actually a greeting. So my name is Peter Okmorioke. As mentioned, I work for the African Population and Health Research Center. I want to go into what we do. Anthony did a very good job of seeing the kind of work we do. But personally, I coordinate capacity building or capacity development for early career, mid-career, and senior career researchers who are conducting research on sexual and reproductive health and rights. But today, you've heard the stories of lived experiences of pregnant and parenting adolescents in Koch or in Korogocho, the informal urban settlements. And I'm going to tie that down with a project that we are proposing. And can the presentation please be up? Thank you very much. So we are talking about parent-adolescent communication. Let's take back communication to where it belongs. And one of the funny things I heard from the presentation with the parenting adolescents is that one adolescent was pregnant at the home, and the father, every time she came in, the father would click. I mean, seriously, is that communication? We need to take back communication to where it belongs. Parent-child communication. And as Africans, we had this at the past, but currently things are not going as well. So my outline today is about the introduction. Then we discuss what's the problem. Then we look at the aim and the study design and procedures and the intervention program and ethical consideration. Just go back to the first slide, please. I want to explain something before I move on. Sorry. Oh, it's here. Okay, thank you. Okay, So the reason you're seeing the 3 logos there is because, of course, I work for APHRC. Then the research is going to be funded by the World Health Organization's Department of Human Reproduction Program, something or an outfit we call the HRP Alliance. And then I'm currently a student at the University of Ghana pursuing my PhD in public health. That's my acknowledgement, so I won't go into it later. So we're also going to look at the proposed intervention program, and then, of course, the ethical considerations. Okay. So we know that adverse sexual, or rather adolescent sexual and reproductive health outcomes globally and also in sub-Saharan Africa is a serious global problem. And adolescents face a lot of problems, as you've heard, included unintended pregnancies. There is unsafe abortion. There are sexually transmitted diseases. We have child marriage. We have various forms of sexual violence. I mean, sexual abuse has gone on as a theme around here. Coercion, female genital mutilation, among others. Those are just an example, just a tip of the iceberg. And interventions to help have positive SRH outcomes for adolescents have largely focused on older adolescents between 15. Even the the DHS does not collect data on adolescents that are below 15 years. So we don't know their stories so far on a national perspective. And so, but we think, and it has been thought, and the current thought is that interventions among very young adolescents could actually be more effective because they are yet to have their first sexual debut. And because we know that the first sexual debut is associated with a lot of risks, most of them that you've had today. Then, since the International Conference on Population Development in 1994, this is where focus on SRH received quite a big emphasis. We know that there has been progress. We are not saying that there has not been progress. But, currently girls, and especially those that have the knowledge on how to prevent pregnancies, they are more likely to delay marriage. They are more likely to have their sexual debut later. They are more likely to delay their first childbirth. And they are likely to use contraceptives. However, the progress has been unequal among and both, even within countries. And in sub-Saharan Africa, the situation is worse. You've just heard in Kenya that we have, many teenage pregnancies per 1,000. For instance, 16% of all births across sub-Saharan Africa are attributed to adolescent girls. Now, there are various gaps, including, of course, low level of contraceptive use among adolescent boys and girls, rising levels of intimate partner violence, resistance to comprehensive sexuality education. Again, you've heard of all those, even from the teenagers in school. And then there's also some kind of complexity of adolescent SRH programs, because people are saying if you introduce sex to these girls and boys and you talk to them about it, then it means that they will be promiscuous, which is something that is not correct. So that was just part of the introduction. Okay, so what is the problem? We all know that discussing sexuality is taboo in most African homes and in many African countries. But you will also be amazed to know that it's not just in sub-Saharan Africa. Also, in the Western countries, in some places, most places also, it's taboo discussing sexuality with young adolescents. Now, we know that Kenyan adolescents do not have complete, accurate information on sexual and reproductive health, despite them having their first sexual debut below 15 years. So when the DHS does conduct their research and they say adolescents between 15 and maybe 19, this is the percentage that has had pregnancies and all that. Some and most of them actually got pregnant before 15. So they got pregnant at 14, they got pregnant at 13, 12, and even 11. They also lack support and knowledge to prevent pregnancy, sexual transmitted infections, and also how to obtain and use contraceptives. So what are we proposing? We are proposing to assess the impact of training parents on parent-adolescent communication about sexual and reproductive health, just call it sexuality in general. And we want to see how that can impact sexual intentions and sexual behavior of young adolescents. And we'll do this in the urban slums of Nairobi. And the ages that you're talking about are between 10 and 14 years. Then our first aim would be to look at the factors that are affecting parent-adolescent communication. We're also going to measure the effect that, that a training program will have on the communication itself. Then we're also going to look at the effect of that training program on the sexual intentions and sexual behavior of adolescents. And we'll include some of those things that we'll include will be about sexual debut and about also sexual experiences. Now, looking at those two pictures, that is our aim, to move from the first picture to the second. And I want us to mime something. Imagine you're a parent of an adolescent between 10 and 14, and you're telling them, do not get pregnant or do not get someone pregnant. But I just want you to mime the word and use your finger to say don't. Just mime, don't say, but just say like, I want you to do that. Exactly like the first parent. So, and then the child there is defiant. It's like, why are you just telling me don't? Because most communication, you'll agree with me, between parents and the adolescents is don't. Actually, the word don't may appear many, many times in the parents' discussion. Don't have sex, don't play with boys, don't play with girls, don't come here with a pregnancy, don't. It's all about don'ts. Nobody tells them do or what should you do. So you need to move from the first picture to the second, because the second looks as if, they're talking and they're discussing something. And sorry about using fathers only, but that's what we have for now. I don't mean that fathers are the only ones that talk to their kids nicely. So it will be a prospective, quasi-experimental mixed method study. And we want to recruit about 300 parent-adolescent dyads, and the adolescents I mentioned between 10 and 14 years. And we'll randomly assign them to intervention and control. And then we'll collect baseline data, then we'll do the intervention, and then we'll collect endline data, and then we'll do the analysis. And then from there, we'll see what the data will be telling us. Now, the intervention program, it's a simple one. We want to help parents to provide a knowledge base and a skill set for how they can discuss sexuality with their children. We also want to give them pragmatic, practical skills to reduce awkwardness and embarrassment that they feel when they're talking about sex, because some of the parents cannot bring themselves to talk about sex with their children, because as we mentioned earlier, it is taboo. Then we also want to assist parents to minimize their own discomfort and approach conversations with a clear mind, and with a stable mind, and in a relaxed manner. And those are some of the things that we have found that ail parents in terms of, or challenge parents in terms of communication. So, but we are proposing to train parents on how they can communicate about sexual and reproductive health to their adolescents. Then also talk about developmental stages. And I had one of the teenagers say that, they don't know, some of them don't even know the kind of contraceptives to use. And somebody asked us, when was your first sexual experience? And I will be honest to say that during my first, not only did I even know what contraceptives are or even how to use them, I even didn't even know how to have sex at all. But I was there trying it without any kind of knowledge. So, we are thinking very far when we are talking about contraceptive. While we just have to think about, do they even know how to have it? Then, of course, developmental stages, because that is key. And then issues to do with dating, sexual decision making, and also risky sexual behaviors. And we also want to have a session on parental influence in sexual behavior, because parents, believe it or not, they are the primary of their children. They are the primary agents of socialization of their parents. We can talk about comprehensive sexuality education all we can. We can talk about it. It is very, very important. But trust me, the parent spends most of the time with their kids, and they are at best days to start them off as they grow, stage by stage, giving relevant information, appropriate information, age-appropriate information. When they get to school, let that be complementary, but let the parent be the main person that is talking to their kids about this. Then we're also going to talk about peer influence, of course. We know it's quite, I heard somebody say, one of the girls that were sharing about their lived experiences, that somebody saw somebody pregnant, they desired to become pregnant as well. Peer pressure. I mean, that was a nice one. Somehow, I mean, I don't know whether it was a nice one or a bad one, but, pregnancy is good, of course, in the right environment, but that peer pressure needs to be talked about. And then we're also going to talk about how to handle value, habits of homosexuality, and you all know that the discussion that has been over the last few months about the LGBTQ on Twitter, on Facebook, on our radio stations, on the TVs, and everywhere. Everybody is talking about this. But how should parents handle this? How should they be able to speak to their kids about, current issues that are running in the contemporary societies? Then, of course, just as usual research, we are going to look at how we can safeguard the confidentiality, the anonymity, and of course the rights of all teenagers, of all adolescents that you're going to talk to, and about parents and all that. And in terms of the team members that are involved in that team, I'm the principal investigator, and I have my advisors listed there. 3 of them from the University of Ghana and 1 of them from MIPI-HRC. And I think that should be it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Peterok. Again, MIPI-HRC with very insightful information, and yeah, that was quite a nice short session, and I hope you've learned a thing or two, and the importance of parents and their role when it comes to such matters. And I think one of the things I took is there's no such thing as it's too early or inappropriate to give sexual education. It's just that the content has to be age appropriate, but it can be done from as early as possible. So it's just a matter of appropriate for the various age groups. So no one should say they're too young, or if you tell them, I know I had that. So before we go to the next session, I can notice there's like a bit of an energy dip in the room. So I think it's about that time where we try and bring back the energy where it was, yeah? So I'm gonna invite someone to take us through an energizer, and I hope you all are ready. We're about to our energy is about to peak, yeah? So Serena, Seshi? So Seshi is like the master of energizers, okay? So I'm leaving in good hands with this energizer. Okay. Oh, okay. So we have Faith Ann. Faith Ann is also a master, by the way. We have many masters in Respekt. So kwa hivyo usione she's still a master. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Serena is handling something urgent. So I'll request all of you to stand. And we are going to the land that has been dominating in the previous season. So the land of our MC Mumo. They've been really dominating last season. Hatukuwa tunapata amani. And I'll show you why. So we are going to shake the mango trees in Cumberland. So this is how we do it. We'll shake as we sing a rhyme that we were singing in nursery. So when I do this, you shake the mango tree. So shake, shake the mango with both hands. Shake, shake the mango tree, the mango tree, the mango tree. Shake, shake the mango tree. And then we go down, follow the mango. The essence is to stretch. So if you do it right, you'll have stretched all your muscles. So let's do it again. Shake. One more time. And that is how Kambas become rich. Thank you so much for that, Faith Ann. I think we can all tell the energy has come back. So she really did what she was supposed to do. She had one job and she did it. So we're now going to go to the next session. And for this next session, I'm going to invite Dr. Violet Murunga from AFIDEP, and she's going to lead us. I cannot wait for this one. Welcome.
How I'm going to see the screen, I may have to. Oh, you don't have my presentation. We have not brought it to you. Someone.
Okay. It is the blue one.
Sorry, everyone. There we are. Thank you for that. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see a really big group here championing an issue that I care about. Our institution, the African Institute for Development Policy, prioritizes as well. Okay, so I will be giving, there's been a lot of evidence and experiences that have been presented here in this Nairobi conference, but also in the Eldoret and Kisumu conferences that I have attended. It's just been a very interesting conference. So I want to thank the Respekt network for coming to AFIDEP and asking us to support you to put this together. So I will now be focusing on sort of the bigger data on this. I'll be doing a presentation that will largely be based on the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey. Some of the data is data that is new data that has come in the last month or so when the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey key indicators report was disseminated about a month ago, but a lot of it will be from the 2014 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey because we're still waiting for the full 2022 survey results to come out. And I will also touch a little bit on the policy environment, just very broadly, because there's not too much time. And then I will try to talk about maybe some things that may be helping us progress, but also other things that may be hindering us from progressing on this issue. So that's my name there, Violet Murunga. I work for the African Institute for Development Policy. Earlier this morning, I had my boss here who talked about what we do as an institution and our values. I'm a senior research and policy associate there. So I'll begin by just talking broadly about Kenya having a youthful population. When we talk about youth in Kenya, we're talking about the 0 to 34 years. That's what's in the youth policy. But for this particular conference, obviously, we're interested in the younger population and the adolescents to youth population. For my presentation, I'll be focusing on the adolescent population, 10 to 19 years, as much as the data can allow. And a quarter of our population here in Kenya are in that age group. And because we have a youthful population, we're experiencing a youth bulge. That means that 20% of our population are youth, children and youth. And that puts us at a position of reaping what we call the demographic dividend. And this happens because we have quite still high fertility rate as our mortality rate has reduced. Our fertility has remained generally the same, so it created this youth bulge. So we need to invest in some strategic ways to be able to harness that youthful population as they get into working age, into the working age, so that then that can spur economic growth in the country. And one of the key areas that we need to make investments in for this to happen is sexual and reproductive health, education, information, and services to obviously avert teenage pregnancies and other STIs and issues that come with poor sexual and reproductive health outcomes. So that's our policy environment, and I'm sure it's not very comprehensive. We have quite a lot of policies. The Kenya policy environment is, on paper, is very supportive of adolescent sexual and reproductive health. Obviously, we are signatory to the International Conference on Population and Development, which placed the rights of girls and women in the center of development, sustainable development. We have the Maputo Plan of Action, which aimed to then, implement the ICPD at regional and country level here in Africa. And then we have the Eastern Southern Africa commitment to scale up comprehensive sexuality education and services, which Kenya is signatory to since 2013. And then from there, at national level, of course, we have our constitution, which provides for the right to education for everyone, the right to reproductive health for everyone. I think the Marriage Act was refined based on the constitution, which kind of made that aspect better as well. We have the Children's Act, Marriage Act, all of those there. I'm not going to name all of them, but I think important to note there, the school health policy, that we have in place that talks about the importance of sexuality education for school age going children. And then we have the 2022 reproductive health policy, and currently in the process of reviewing the 2015 National Adolescent Sexual and Reproductive Health Policy. So I'm going to go straight into the data. I don't know, it seems to not be really hitting on that screen very well, so I don't know if you can do anything about that, but I'll work with it anyway. So the good thing is that we are seeing a trend of teenage pregnancy reducing. Obviously, we would want it to reduce faster, but it's reducing. But I think what's of a concern when I looked at the data was I noted that the gap between the 2014 Kenya Demographic Health Survey and the 2022 data that just came out, the gap between those without education and those with primary and higher education it widened. So it was very interesting to note that, and I just kept wondering what has contributed to that. Obviously, we've just gone through COVID, and that could be one factor. Maybe that reduced any services that was going out to, out of school young people. But I think that's the key thing. In general, our teenage pregnancy has reduced to around 15%, 14.9%, I believe, countrywide. Obviously, there are regional variations. I've highlighted there Kenya. Kenya is at 8.4%, but that's the 2014 data actually. Or actually, no, it's the 2022 data. So we're at 8.4%, which is better than the national average. So for HIV, which is another issue that we know is facing adolescents and actually increasing at a faster rate among this age group than any other age group, the prevalence is also decreasing, but girls have remained consistently having higher HIV prevalence rates. And I think when I looked at the data, what was of concern was kind of like a stagnation between the last Kenya AIDS Indicator Survey and which was 2012, between 2012 and 2019, the CanFear. It has remained at 1.1%, about there for girls. So something to look at and interrogate what's going on there. So again, our median age of median age of marriage is also improving. It's increasing. Obviously, for boys, it's always been better. For girls, is where we have always had to do some work to increase. And we find that those who are without education in the rural areas, in the poorest households, are the ones most likely to be still marrying earlier. And obviously, that's an area where we can continue to focus on seeing how we can address those issues of poverty, issues of getting girls in school and boys. So there are also regional differences there as well. You can see Nairobi is doing quite well with that at 22 compared to 20.2 for Kenya, and these are 2014 data. And you can see the counties that are doing the worst: the Migori, Tana River, Homa Bay. Those are below, at or below the national average. So again, with the median age for sexual debut or sexual intercourse, and by median, just for those who may not know, that means usually means half of the population. The median age at sexual intercourse is where half of the population, it's about half of the population. So half of the population in Kenya who are aged, I think these are for 20, the ages 20 to 49 years old of women. Half of them say that they began their sexual intercourse at 18, and for men at 17.4, right? And again, it's been on an increasing trend, and that also is influenced by education, by where the women live, and where, you know, the level of income that they come from. Again, regional differences. Nairobi is doing better than the national average. Again, yeah, but I think what to note there is that the first sexual intercourse by exact age 15 among young women decreased from 17% in 1993 to 10%, but then started again to increase. That's the proportion of 15 to 24 years who had sexual intercourse by exact age 15 years. So again, to note how we can take that down again, and those are 2014 data. We'll see how we do when the full 2022 data comes out. Okay, working now. For contraceptive use, again, you can see all the indicators are doing well. We're in an increasing trend, but again, the unmet need among adolescents remains the highest in relation to the national average or level and the other age cohorts of women. For instance, in 2022, 21.6% of married adolescent girls and 34.5% of sexually active unmarried adolescents had an unmet need for contraceptives of 21 and 34 compared to 14, which is the national average. So that sort of tells you how big a gap there is between that age group and all women in general. But what's interesting that I saw in this data set was that there's an increase in traditional methods, and it's probably linked to the unmet need as well. So you need to look at how we can meet the contraception needs of this age group. But what was good was that condom use increased among sexually active unmarried adolescents, but also again, it has stagnated between 2014 and the recently 2022 survey is showing somewhat of a stagnation. We want dual use of contraceptives, which is the condom and the other types, because condom is very important for prevention of STIs and HIV. So we want those numbers to go up. FGC or FGM, as others may call it, among adolescent girls again, is highest and increasing when they're at age 5 to 9. So in general, it's declining, but in that, when they are moving through ages 5 to 9, somehow it's quite, that's where it's happening the most. And it might inform us as to where we need to focus in terms of programming. Physical and sexual violence among adolescent girls is I don't know if it's decreasing. You should say it's decreasing, I think. It's reduced, right? That's a typo there. Although for the sexual violence, it's quite uneven trend. So again, you can see it went up and then started to come down, and it's still higher than where it started. So again, something to look at. Right. We've seen that education is very critical. In all of the indicators, you find that adolescents or women who are educated, primary level and higher, as you move up your education level, the indicators get better. So this tells us that keeping boys and girls in school is really, really important, especially girls. So we're doing very well as a country on primary education. So the net primary attendance rate is quite high. Obviously, we would want that to go higher. At regional level, there's a lot of variation, obviously. And that's what, is reflected there, because you find some counties are at 95, others are at 50, and so on and so forth. But the secondary transition to secondary is where we've really struggled to push those up, and we need to find out how we can do better, because that has been really consistently the trend there. Yeah, again, you can see the variation there. I've highlighted for Nairobi, which is interesting. I would have thought Nairobi would have quite, better rate on this, but it seems to be being outdone by other counties, actually. Yeah. So limited access to sexual and reproductive health is something we struggle with here in Kenya. There's not much data on assessment of facilities, or I don't know, there's just not much that is being produced on that, and we need to do more to assess the youth friendliness of facilities. But this is a 2013 study that found that only 10% of public health facilities in the country were deemed youth friendly. So this is, this means that a lot of young people do not have access to appropriate services that they feel they're not going to be judged when they go in, services that will be tailored to their needs. And it's not somewhere, and it's probably related to investments in that area. But here I'm talking about what could have facilitated some of the progress that we have seen. We have a free and compulsory primary education. We also have free secondary education, which I should have analyzed there. But the free and compulsory primary education has been quite useful in increasing attendance to school, but it also has had its limitations. I think when they introduced it, it was quite overwhelmed and really couldn't even really meet it couldn't support all of the children that needed to go to school. Nevertheless, it helped bring up the net primary attendance rate from below 50% to what we've seen currently, which is almost like 90% and even almost 100 in some parts of the country. So the other, we have youth-friendly sexual and reproductive health services here and there, and there's some studies that have shown what has worked for some of them. As I noted, this is a service that clearly needs to be scaled up countrywide, because only 10% in 2013, it might be higher now, have been characterized as youth-friendly. These are factors that may be hindering our progress. So where we are getting stuck, stagnation, some, uneven trends. With the free primary education, and again, as I noted, it was overwhelmed. Still some children could not make it in, so we still have children who got left out and are out of school. The system struggles with understaffing, with poor working condition because the classrooms, of course, are too large and difficult to manage for teachers. Inadequate funding, which is probably the key issue here, because if you have inadequate funding, then it causes all of the other challenges that you see. And then, of course, you have the high dropouts for one reason or other, insufficient sexuality education in schools and communities. Recent studies have shown that in Kenya, the education system tends to prioritize abstinence and HIV education and do little about safe sex. I think this is an area of struggle. We've talked a lot about it in the last few days. And I think it's just an area we still need to look into and see how we can be able to better support young people with the issues that they're facing, as we see their teenagers who are getting pregnant. People are starting to have sexual intercourse at teen ages as well. So there are groups there. Obviously, pockets of groups where they need to be targeted, and how do we reach them? Youth-friendly services, again, as I noted, one issue is there are few. Another issue is that where they exist, sometimes you have the health workers not having the capacity to provide these services, so a need for training. And other issues, lack of awareness of even the policies that exist nationwide. So I think these are just few issues I was picking out. There's need for a bigger analysis of what's going on to help us understand the trends better. That's what I'm saying in the way forward. We need to address the issues in the free primary and secondary education around implementation. And one of them is how the investments in this are being used, actually, because I think a lot of investment go into this education sector. So we just need to know how we can better utilize that investment. Of course, scaling up the youth-friendly sexual and reproductive health services, because where they exist and work, they have been found to help improve sexual and reproductive health outcomes in adolescents and young people. Comprehensive sexuality education, we need to see how we can move forward there. I think that's an area where there's quite a lot of contention as to what we need to have in place. And then I just think we need robust evaluation of policies and programs, because you don't find enough evidence as to that is evaluating what we even have in place to even find out how can we really improve things. Because maybe the sexuality education program we have in place could be working quite well in some aspects, but we're not going to know that for sure until we do proper evaluation of what we have in place, and then be able to identify gaps and be able to come in and try and improve on what we have in place. And that's really the end for me. Thank you for your attention. Okay. Okay, so I've been asked to introduce the next panel, which I'm moderating. So can we have the students that we will be part of this come up, please?
video as we wait. So as we wait for the panelists to come on board, we'll play a short clip from AFEDEP, just highlighting some of the work that they do. So we're ready, we can start.
Answer me this. What is Africa's biggest untapped natural resource? Is it minerals? Is it oil? Is it copper, silver, diamonds? No, it's more valuable than any of those. It's the raw material that's present in every one of our countries, in every one of our towns and cities.
This is a panel, an interesting panel we're going to have. We're going to start with the students so that we don't crowd out this area. So it's a panel going to start with the students that will be answering some questions I'll have for them based on scenarios that we've built from a research that we're doing. The research is among young people who are using contraception. And we were investigating or examining the role of religion in the decisions that they made around their contraceptive use. And it's a group, the study was done in Mombasa and Wajir, so it includes Muslims or people of Islam, young women of Islam faith, and Christians, a mix of denominations. I think here we have, so I'll just give a profile of each. So she'll play scenario 3. What's scenario 1? Yeah, she'll play scenario 1, which is a 24-year-old, okay, a bit older than her, Somali girl with primary level education, married, of Muslim, obviously Muslim faith, who is a vegetable vendor, has 2 children, is using an implant and has been doing it for a year. She'll play scenario 2, who's, or scenario 4, okay, we'll call it 2 for now. Yeah, who's also a 24-year-old with secondary education, this one, who has an occasional partner, not married, this one, who's a Catholic, who's also a youth mentor for people living with HIV, so would be quite knowledgeable about these issues, has 2 children. She started having children quite early. She has a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. She's on the IUD, and she's been on it for 5 years. Right? And then the third scenario is somebody who's also 24 years old, but now with primary education, as was scenario 1, married as well, also a Catholic, a domestic worker in a home, and has 2 children and has been on an injection for, using the injection for 7 years. So, so I will ask some key questions, and then they'll each respond to the questions. So the questions are standard. I need to bring my my questions. So as I ask the questions, it will build each of the scenarios, and then that will lead into a panel discussion with a group that I will introduce after, right? Mix of government, health worker, parent, teacher, and a religious leader. So we can start. Are you ready? So for scenario 1, can you tell me how you came about starting to use contraception?
To avoid pregnancy because I had a C-section.
How about you? What was your reason?
When we went to the clinic, the first time, we were told about family planning methods. We were taught about the consequences if you fail to use family planning. That is how I started using it.
And how about you?
Okay, after having my first baby, I did not use it. So I got pregnant when I did not expect. My first pregnancy was when I was 16 years. Then my second one was after 1 year and a half at almost 18 years. So I didn't want another pregnancy, an unwanted one. Pregnant.
Thank you for that. Those are great insights. So, do you consider religion? Did you consider religion when deciding to use your contraception? We can now begin with you.
I didn't. Catholic is one thing. No family planning mentioned that is strict. Catholics does not allow many things about family planning. So I did not. If I said I could have put the religion first, then an unwanted pregnancy again, what could I be doing?
How about you?
What religion says did not play a role in my decision. I decided to use it to protect my health.
You have to consider religion because they say it is not good, but on the other side, it is good, but you should not use it too much.
And did you consult anyone in your religious community when you decided to use it?
No.
How about you?
I consulted with my religious leaders. The religious leaders advised it is okay for avoiding pregnancy because I had a C-section so long as it won't have effect on me.
No.
Yeah. How about you? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Sorry, I did not hear you. No problem. So does your religion support use of contraception?
No. They are very strict on family planning, on contraceptives, and to the unmarried you cannot have sex. You have to abstain until marriage. Maybe be natural ones that they talk about, and the natural ones don't work on everybody.
No, it doesn't support.
To be honest, I'm not sure.
Do you feel that certain types of contraceptive methods are more acceptable than others within your religion?
No. On that, I wouldn't agree with that because I have never heard that those are more acceptable than others.
No, I don't know.
Oh, you don't? Okay, that's fine. What factors motivated you to use contraception in your religion, if your religion does not support it?
Me, I had the fear of getting another baby because this second baby was a shock to me because I was not planning for it. Then, at a young age, I did not want to have too many kids that I cannot take care of them well because every kid needs attention.
I did not want to give birth too close. Giving birth too close, to be honest, on my side it's hard. You would find you have a child that there is not yet 1 year and you're pregnant. 1 year and you're pregnant. The other one hasn't gotten 2 years old. You have another one. To be honest, on my side, this is hard.
I used contraception because I was operated and went through cesarean section and not for any other reason such as beauty. I used it to avoid pregnancy because I had a wound caused by the C-section.
And how did you learn this information about contraception?
I would say during the clinic when you are pregnant or when you are breastfeeding.
From my mom and from my religious teacher, we used to be told that when you get married, there is no such thing as family planning. Do this and this. It's like you are hindering God.
After giving birth through the C-section, I was advised by the doctor not to engage in sexual intercourse for 6 months. This promoted me to ask him what he can do to make sure I do not get pregnant. This is when they advised us on contraception and its merits.
And in your opinion, how can we make it easier for young women to access contraception?
On my side, something like that it's through seminary or training. Training gives an in-depth understanding of what it means. Seminary will inform many people the importance of contraception.
Sensitization on contraception is key. Sensitizing them on the importance of contraception in child spacing. Doing such kind of intervention will help understand contraception better.
Maybe by organizing a health talk on family planning, one-on-one interaction, a support group organized by doctors and nurses.
And finally, how can your religious community support young women's contraceptive decisions or intentions? Go, yeah.
They will not. Catholic is another one. Maybe they go and sensitize them. Yeah, if they can, they have to do a sensitization on the importance of FP and their impacts.
There is nothing the religious community can do according to me. These days there is no one who consults with the other. The commodity is really available in the hospital and whether you require it, you get to the doctor and pay 50 shillings cash depending on the one you need. It could be the injectable or the tablet. The administered on the shoulder goes for 500 shillings, according to what people say.
Telling them time and again the importance of contraception is important.
Okay, thank you, ladies. So I'm going to call up now our panelists, which is made up of government, clinician, teacher, parent, a religious leader. I will start with calling up Dr. Estella Waiguru. She's a program manager at the Ministry of Health, Division of Reproductive Health. Happy to have you here. Thank you. And then I will call, let me get my little book here with the names. Reverend Godfrey Adera, who is a priest and theologian. Yeah. Give him a round of applause as well, and for Dr. Waiguru. And then I will call the physician we have represented here, Dr. Joy Mugambi, please. She's family physician in charge of Division of Reproductive Health, Nakuru County. So we somewhat have representation from county government as well, which is great. Yeah. And then I will call up Mr. Chris Gatebe, his principal and youth pastorian. Did I get that? Patron, youth patron in charge of films, drama, and sports. Thank you. Then we have finally, but not last but not least, we have a parent represented here, Dr. Koech. She's also a hematologist. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay. So I will begin by asking Dr. Waiguru, what is the government policy on preventing early, unwanted, and unintended pregnancy among adolescents and youth, both in and out of school? So those are two different age groups and groups of young people. So take it away, please, for us, so we are clear.
Yes, thank you, Violet, for your question. And I wonder if you have the whole day for me to do my presentation. Because this is a really heavy question. It's a really good question on what the government is doing. I want us to pay attention to not only the fact that these children are exposed to pregnancy, but there are other social determinants that this, I call adolescents children because the government calls them children under the age of 18. You see, these children are exposed to quite a number of social determinants of health that are putting them in positions of vulnerability. And therefore, where the government is a place of multi-pronged interventions, not only for health, but also cutting across and holding hands with education, holding hands with social development, economic empowerment of these children. So we are saying that government policy cuts across. And let's talk now on a one-to-one. Yeah? Assume me and you are just talking. When we say married adolescent, what are we saying? Does that exist in the Kenya Constitution? My answer to you is no. So we are saying that we are legalizing defilement, no? When we as a community are now even planning for this situation, we need to be concerned for what is happening. So my question is about policy, but it's really about everything. It's about what is the legal status right now. Those are children and they're supposed to be in school. And what are they supposed to be doing in school? Improving the capacity to develop the country. So the government currently is doing everything possible to keep these children in school. But because of issues such as poverty and other social determinants, we are finding a situation where it's getting very difficult to keep some adolescents in school. And so many of them are dropping out. And when they do, we get consequences of very risky behavior, which is exposing these adolescents to pregnancy. And as Daktari has presented this morning, we've seen that an adolescent who never went to school is more vulnerable to pregnancy than one who went to primary school, who is more vulnerable than one who went to secondary school. So what we are saying is, as government, our policy is adolescents deserve to be in school and everything possible needs to be done for them to be in school. If there is a situation of, say, SGBV and the like, those people and perpetrators need to be brought to book. But when it comes to risky sexual behavior, there is something the government calls need for care and protection, isn't it? We have to find out exactly why is this child being driven towards risky sexual behavior. I love what Peter Rock, is it? Peter Rock has presented, because as parents, we've also left the duty of educating our adolescents to their peers. So this is an issue that cuts across. I love what you're asking me about policy, because policy is about a public problem. So this is our problem, and the sooner we come up with a solution with it, the better. But as government, we are saying adolescents need to be in school. Those who are not, they need to be assisted and rehabilitated to get active engagements in economic development personally and in their families. What is the policy right now? We are currently under the 2015, say for example, the sexual reproductive health policy, it's 2015 for now. And we are looking towards reviewing of the 2015 policy. And once we look into that, and this is happening maybe within the next month, we'll get a new policy, and it's going to give us a good way forward on what each of us can do to prevent pregnancy. Did you ask me another question for the youth who are out of?
You can say like a brief.
Like
on
a
that,
second,
because
isn't it?
I know your area is adolescent, so.
I love the topic adolescence. But for the youth, we are saying that these are young people are above the age of 18 years. In Kenya, we are talking consent. And that person above the age of 18 years has the jurisdiction to make decisions for themselves. And so these young people have to be exposed to the right information, especially about sexuality education. When they're in school, there is age-appropriate education that is offered in school. There are issues, of course, and we have to solve those. But those who are out of school, they have opportunity to seek assistance, especially in our health facilities, and moving forward, make decisions that are appropriate for their age.
Thank you, Dr. Waiguru. So I'm going to move to the religious, our person representing the religious community. What is your specific church's position on sex and contraceptive use by married and unmarried women?
Thank you so much. My name is Adera Godfrey.
And girls as well, let me put that there so you know.
Yeah, my name is Adera Godfrey. I'm a priest in the Anglican Church of Kenya and a theologian. So there's really no one position. The popular narrative is that there's always one position the church has about things. There is not really one position, even in my own context, because we assume that the church is me with a collar, the church is the archbishop, the church is the pastor. The church is not only the powerful. Within the church space, there are professionals who have a different opinion. Within the church space, there are people who embody realities that require they must go for contraceptives, in which they do, but they still belong to church. So there's really no one position. The popular position is that the church is against these things. One, that sex is for procreation, and that's it. That there is no place for contraception within church narratives. That's the usual position. But I'm inviting us in this meeting to consider that the church has no one position. Dig deep and you will find at some level there are friends you would partner with to achieve a particular necessary, intervention for things happening around us, like teenage pregnancy. But also admit that the authority can be questioned. I work for a group called Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians that are questioning the authority vested on a few people to decide for millions of people in a place because of religion. Religion has power to convene and to convince, but the power needs to be interrogated.
Thank you for that. Now I'll move to the teacher. First, for context, what class or classes do you teach? Thank you for that. So the education sector has a school health policy that includes sexuality education as one of the strategies. What does the curriculum cover?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Gatebe Christopher. I'm a teacher by profession and a school administrator, and also involved in matters pertaining to youth. I'm also a chairman of Catholic Youth. That's why I want to say these ones. So when I'm talking these ones, maybe you expect me to be biased toward that area. But as the Ministry of Education, school health policy on adolescence and sexual reproduction education or use of contraceptive, it's not very clear. This policy came in 2009, and again it was taken over by the new constitution. It's not very clear, but it comes in form of we are told to teach the young ones life skills. You teach them life skill, but still the same problems are there. What would you do in a situation where you are in a girls' school or in a mixed school, girls are still getting pregnant day in, day out? What do? You just observe and just let them continue that kind of thing, despite what the church say, despite what the ministers say. I want at this particular moment to say that the school, really, we use an approach that encompasses everything that will prevent pregnancy in a way that maybe, okay, of course, sometimes it may appear like going against the policy. And I want at this particular juncture to appreciate the work done by this group, the Respekt group, that had a very serious problem in my school. When every time I would experience about 5 girls dropping out of school because of pregnancy. Every time. But when I invited them to come and ask them, come and help us, let's come and talk with our student and see what can happen. They came and used a kind of hands-on approach to sex education on adolescents and what have you. The number of pregnancies reduced from 5 to 3, then to 0. That's what's the good work that was done by when you use this kind of approach to sex, sexual reproduction education in school. And again, COVID came, and they disappeared. The number of pregnancies came back again. What do you think I did to call them back and come and see? Come and let us continue our program and see what is this that we can do again to elevate this program so that we can really overcome this problem that the users are facing in school as far as sex education is concerned. We have realized in school that parents have neglected their role of educating their children on sexual health reproductions. They don't do that. Again, the teacher is so busy completing the syllabus. I'm a mathematics teacher. The syllabus is too long. When do I get time even to teach about sex education at the expense of covering the syllabus? Those things don't, unless you come up with some other measures that will help us to mitigate these issues. And a forum like this, and I think I would request that Respekt should even expand and go to various schools, because this is an existing gap that is there. We might just be speaking, having forums and what have you, but at the end of the day, if we are to have the interest of the youth at large here, we must be open and honestly talk about this thing, contraceptives in school, and the best way, regardless of our church stand. Sometimes sometimes not really going against my padre, but I tell him this one: what's the best way? Is it to allow a student to use contraceptive to avoid pregnancy, or is it to allow the student to get pregnancy and then leave school, which is a lesser evil? That's a question. Maybe it doesn't have an answer. So even the parents, even to my colleague in the ministry, I think it's also time we look at it holistically. We see what is this we can do to address this issue of use of contraceptives in schools in a better way. That's my approach.
Thank you so much for that. So now I'm going to move to the clinician. Get your name properly. Dr. Joy Mugambi. What is your experience at the health facility with adolescents and youth in regard to sexual and reproductive health? What are you seeing and hearing from them? Thank you very much for this invite. I hope I'm loud and clear. Can you hear her? Or should I give her maybe my... Thank you for the invite from Project Respekt. I'm Dr. Joy Mogambi. A small correction, I'm the County Director, Health Admin and Planning, Nakuru. So I'm a family physician. I've journeyed the journey of setting up Project Respekt from initiation. I was the patron of Msake when the Medical Students Association, when Project Respekt came in, and walked the journey with the youth who are seated in this hall. As a clinician, what are our challenges that we are seeing from the students and, well, not really the students, the young persons coming to the health facilities? One, they are yearning for information. Information. Tell them the truth. What is it all about around sexuality? How should they tackle it? The truth, not beating around the bush, be it heterosexual sex, be it homosexual sex, be it LGBTQI issues. Let's talk the truth, because they really are yearning for information at very young ages, as early as 9 years. But we've buried our heads and we don't want to talk about it. But we talk about HIV, which is a disconnect. We talk about marriage. When you look at the KDHS report, it's talking about marriage, it's talking about HIV, but it's not talking about the issues that the young persons want to hear. They are also yearning for involvement. We've set out policies, but we've not involved the young person, the youth, the adolescents, the ones who need to be addressed by the policies. They feel that they really need to be involved. As we also offer our services as clinicians, the youth are looking to get commodities, to get supplies as outlined in the policies. But they do come to facilities. One, they meet health workers who are not competent, who are not aware of what they should get. They are accompanied by the teachers. The teacher will not want you to supply them because they have no clear guidelines in terms of those supplies and commodities. So we are hand-tied. They are accompanied by a parent. The parent tells you, no, that's too adult. Let's talk just things that children can understand. So we always have limitations, and we have the people in this house who really have to ensure that we curtail those limitations that the youth are facing. They also want to ensure that they are heard. They are heard by the people that are caring for them. The healthcare provider, the teachers, the parents. Let's also hear them out. So these are the things we hear from them in the facilities. The others is infrastructure. The last report in terms of the infrastructure for youth-friendly healthcare provision in this country, we have 10% of the health facilities capable to offer that. If we have to achieve universal healthcare, we have to improve our infrastructure and be able to provide them health services that are youth-friendly. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Ari. So now we will move to Dr. Koech, who is representing parents, a parent herself. Do you have children who are adolescents and or youth, just for context?
Thank you for the invite to this session. My name is Dr. Priscilla Koech Bor. I'm a parent to adolescents ranging from 18 to 12 years. I'm also a parent. I'm a parent representative of one of the leading girls' school in this nation. So I'm a parent of 1,750 girls. And also the youth, some of them are in this group because I'm a lecturer at Kenyatta University and I teach adolescent health. So I'm a parent in all aspects. Yeah, here we are talking about adolescents, but when everything breaks, the parent is on the receiving end. As a parent who has great interest and have worked with adolescents right from my house, my place of work, and also my hobby, is that parents of adolescents are also in midlife crisis. We are talking about adolescents, 16-year-old, as one of our students was saying here, is pregnant, talking about contraception and all that. If the parent delivered the same child at 16 years, that is 32 years, midlife. So the challenge we have as parents is that we lack information. We don't know how to deal with these adolescents because we are also confused in our crisis. There's peer pressure because as a parent, I have this adolescent. There's another parent. My child is asking about contraception. The other one is excelling in school. Another one is a parent already. So it's a lot of stress. And remember, this is a time that as parents are working hard to secure the lives of these children. We are working out of home. We are always engaged in other things because parents of small children, they tend to stay with those children. But at around 30 to around 45 years, we move out. Our teacher here said he's very busy clearing the syllabus of mathematics. He doesn't have time to talk about sex education to other children. And remember, he's also a parent, so he's there for him. So it's a whole lot of work for parents. And last year, as they were rolling out the Ministry of Health, the adolescent health booklet, I'm the one who requested that as parents, we need a booklet on how to deal with these adolescents, because you can have a lot of information, but you don't know how to say, you don't know how to present to these adolescents, because you may say something and they bomb out of the house, or even go get married, get pregnant. They come back to you and you have your own challenges. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Because of time, I'm going to try and close out with one question to all of you that is a standard question. And in some ways, you've begun to address that in your talks. What do you think, what support does government need from the various actors to be able to implement the policies that you have in place, Dr. Waiguru?
Thank you for that question. It is my firm belief that as government, we really need support in bringing our heads together. We're doing different things, different places, which may not be necessarily propagating the country agenda forward. If we were to sit at the same table and understand one another, understand where each and every one of us is coming from, we know adolescents are not a homogeneous group, so we need to understand them even the more. I don't think we've learned enough around matters adolescents. So my prayer for government is opportunity for us to sit and deliberate these matters even the more. And once we do that, we'll be able to use our resources even the better and further our agenda even the more. Thank you.
Thank you, and Dr. Reverend Godfrey Adera. What do religious leaders, institutions, what support do they need to be able to be part of the solution of preventing unintended pregnancy, meeting the needs of young people's sexual and reproductive health?
So I will say two things. Religion and of course culture has provided the language and the script that have said sex talk is taboo, that have denied the use of contraception. So now that religion has provided that language and that script, it begins from there that that language needs to be interrogated. And religious leaders, church and mosques and African religions, what they would need someone who would engage them on an intersectional approach to know that their one single story that is causing people to have beliefs that then harm their lives is not appropriate. If it becomes intersectional, then they are able to look at one particular issue from different angles, different levels of vulnerabilities, so that then when we engage matters of sex, sexuality, and contraceptives, then it's from a point of information. Number two, we work with an organization that have done something called AAA, make religious leaders aware, make them able, and make them available. Let them be aware of what's happening. So religious leaders needs to be given statistics and not just numbers, but real human faces and people, basically beginning from lived experiences more than from scripts. Number two, to be aware, to be able, do they have the language of engagement apart from the script of the Bible and religious text? Do they have any other language for engagement? So I think religious leaders need to be called into trainings to be empowered with that language, not only to be aware, but also to be able to engage. And if they are empowered to be aware and to be able, then they will be able to be available for many young people, for adolescents in their various places. So I think it's those two things. Number one, let them interrogate the language that has been a problem. Number two, to be given the chance to be aware and to be able to engage constructively. And with that, they are able to contribute as well, because I said before, they have a lot of power to convene and to convince. They can convene and convince the right way if they are empowered. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. And now to move on to Principal Chris Gatebe, please. What support do teachers, do schools need? And you alluded to that a little bit in your last talk.
Yeah, thank you. I want to start by saying that sexuality or sexual challenges is a real elephant in schools. Let's not sweep under the carpet and say that youth in school, adolescents in schools are not facing. All those kind of, whatever you think about, even what was being discussed in the media, it is there in school. It's a real problem in school. And it's the time we need a honest discussion about it with all stakeholders. Let's not just leave it to the teachers. We need all the stakeholders to come on board and say, because you sometimes invite a parent and tell, Madam, or do you know, are you aware that your daughter or your son is involved in this kind of activity? And the parents say, no, we are Christian. We don't do these things here. We are hiding under the carpet. Another say, no, my child is, we brought him or her in a very upright, very moral manner. So these things are not happening. We are denying what is happening in our school. So we need support in all the schools. We need the government to come in and come up with a real sex education in school so that we can fight this menace in school. It is there, and it's being done in the wrong way. Some are aborting school, not because they know, because they are misled. They are told, after having sex, if you take these tablets, the pregnancy will go away. And that is abortion. They are not aware, because although they are aware that these are methods of preventing pregnancy in school, but they make use the wrong judgment. Please come in and help the school with the proper education, with the proper curriculum that will guide the student on sex, on sexual health reproduction in school. That's my take.
Thank you. And then I will move to Dr. Joy Mugambi, please. What do clinicians, nurses, doctors, what support do you need in your health facilities to be able to meet the sexual and reproductive health needs of adolescents and youth?
Thank you very much for that question. One, we need funding. Two, we need training, because when policies get out there, things are changing. We got out of college many years ago. Adolescent life is changing. What we were taught many years ago may not be practical right now. And we really need capacity building and constant training, more So even in the institutions of learning, so that whoever is getting out also having been capacity built in the policies that are also being developed. We also need to ensure that we have enough supplies and commodities to ensure as we develop the policies, as we implement them, that we are able to supply the right thing. We can't speak about condoms when you don't have them. You can't speak about contraception when you don't have the supplies and the commodities. So we really need those supplies and commodities available on a constant. We also need adequate support and training of the teachers, of the parents, to be able to understand what we as healthcare providers are doing, so that we are able to continue working with them in a better way. Most important, we have, as stakeholders, and when policies are being developed, let's have a bottom-up approach. Begin with the students themselves. Come to the teachers, come to the parents, come to also the stakeholders who are providing these services. Be able to educate and train them to be able to offer these young adolescents the best that they can be offered.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Very specific asks, which is so fantastic. And finally, but not least, we will go to Dr. Koech, representing parents. How can parents be supported? What support do parents need? And you did allude this again, but just as a parting shot, so we all remember. What support do you need?
As parents, we need empowerment. As I said earlier, the Ministry of Health, the booklet on how to deal with these adolescents, how to communicate with them. The school, so that you realize our children, most of the time, these adolescents are in the schools of, learning. So we have school programs so that whenever we say something at home, it is alluded to in school. The church, we have, church seminars where we can be talked to by parents or by the church, the community. Adolescents, when you find adolescents, sexually active and all that, this is one child. Who is the sexual partner? Most of the time, they are older, they are not adolescents. So we want the community to help us so that we raise a child as a community. And also legislation. We have a 16-year-old who is expectant, courtesy of a 50-year-old man. So we need the legislative aspect so that we don't have people misbehaving with our children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How about young people getting together and how can parents be supported in that scenario? Because there's the intergenerational issue you've talked about, but there's also young people coming together and ending up pregnant with each other. Two young people, the boy, the girl. I don't know what support you need there, and yeah.
We need peer support in that the adolescents should be able to mingle, but at the same time be taught on how to keep their distances, so that when you have two adolescents, that means there's an issue with upbringing and teaching this child, because they don't have the skills. But once that has happened, we need support these adolescents. We need to empower them again so that they know the process of growth is still ongoing. And all this comes in terms of talking to them in school, seminars. Social media is another aspect. So we need to put the youth together. For example, Respekt, we have our youths here. They can be mentors to the younger adolescents. And also the fact that if an adolescent has aired and has become pregnant, we need those ones who have, like they have come back to the, to realization that that was wrong, so that they can be mentors to the others who have fallen to that process of pregnancy and all that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Koech. So because we don't have time, we'd have delved deeper into some of the issues that were raised, but we don't have time, and people, the organizers have been sending me 10 minutes, this, the other. So I'm going to close this panel discussion, but I think the panelists are, you can catch them if you want to ask them additional questions, discuss aspects that they talked about. But I think we can agree we got some great insights and perspectives from all the different panelists, from government, from the religious institution. We saw that there could be actually a way that religious institutions can be engaged and work with all of us to be able to see how we can better support young people on this issue. We have the physician, teacher, parent. I want to thank you all for your time and for all the insights that you have provided us here. I don't know, maybe we can give a chance to just one burning question, just so we can feel like we interacted with you as well. Can I be allowed to do that? If there is a burning question, is there a burning question? It looks like there is none. Oh, there is? I'm wearing glasses and I'm not even seeing. Okay, thank you. You can.
Greetings to you all. My name is Busera Mohammed. I'm going to ask only one question because of time. And now I have to choose carefully who to ask, because I had a question for each and every of the panelists. But I think I'll direct my question to Dr. Estella Waiguru, because she is the representative of government. What steps are you taking as government in terms of education and advocacy? Because we have to encourage, of course, what is going on. And I'm also not against the feminist ideology, but some of the preventative measures that are being taken, for example, the birth control pill, we know that it contains some estrogens, which sometimes lead to reproductive problems in the future.